diversity. Oh, hang on. There's no title slide yet. But I'm really happy to say that there's lots of platforms, there's lots of diversity out there, one plugin, 6 platforms, and our speaker, Majid, is going to explain all about it. Give him a hand.
Thank you very much, everyone. Well, I spoke a lot of time, and I found three time slots in conferences the most difficult one. Before lunch, everyone is like so hungry, they rush to go to lunch. After lunch, everyone is sleeping. First talk, second day. Usually no one shows up because there is a party a day before, right? So, but I'm glad to see you, everyone. I mean, the most important thing right now is I'm standing here, some of you sitting there, and we are back. We are back. Actually, I say it again, and you just say, yay, maybe. Let's do it. We are back. Yeah! Yes, seems like situation is over or getting over slowly, and I'm very happy with that. But, you know, we've seen this sign in the last 3 years, maybe a lot of time. Well, it had some downsides for sure, like disadvantages, sitting home, being locked down, you know. But for some of us, maybe it had some advantages too, like especially for software engineers, especially for open source maintainer. Like we had a lot of extra hours to sit and maybe contribute to open source from time to time, and you know, and maybe have some interesting conversation as well. Like I had a conversation with a friend of mine, and he's a businessman. He was asking me like, oh, what are you doing these days? Like you have a lot of time, spare time. I said, oh yeah, it's a great time. I actually started reconnecting to open source. And, you know, I have some packages, you know, I maintain that and do a lot of extra features. And I don't know, you know, he asked, oh, are you also making money? And I said, well, usually you don't when you contribute to open source. I mean, but here's the funny things. I told him during that time that, you know, I do that and a lot of other people are doing the same thing because we believe that this is changing the way that we are even living right now. I told him, look at your phone, look at your fridge, look at your car right now. I guarantee the software that is running there for those applications, maybe each of them, 50%, even more, is built or at least has some kind of footprint in open source. So we're using free software to build those great applications, changing people's life. And one of the other things that I was thinking during this time was like the way that open source innovate different way of building applications. We learn from, you know, from the past, from the software that has been developed for years for free. And now we are putting that together to innovate and build something better. And I think one of those open source softwares right now is Flutter. I've been involved in this community for over 5 years. And the way that Flutter is now building the application and compiling to 6 platforms is interesting. We're going to talk about this today a bit together, and we see like how even one open source software can change the way that we manage packages, plugins, dependencies, and even communities. So that's the idea of this talk. Well, there are some technical part as well to give you some inspiration, but it's mainly about the lessons that I learned personally in the last couple of years maintaining big packages in this ecosystem. So what we're going to do together today is we're going to go quickly through these new era of building cross-platform applications and talking about some technical details. And then we go through like the open source mindset and how community and ecosystem is maintaining these, packages and generally ecosystem for Dart and Flutter. Not particularly for this particular community, but for everything else, like how we can be inspired and then apply that to other communities too. Well, let me introduce very quickly myself. My name is Majid. I'm flying from Oslo today here. And in fact, I'm going back very quickly after my talk. I just came here to see you. It's a very exciting moment for me to be on a stage. I am head of DevRel at Invertase, an open source company. We're just building open source software, many of them free. And I'm also a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. And being a part of a community, leading the communities, different communities for years. Let's talk about Flutter. Well, initially, a couple of years ago when Flutter came out, especially like when I visited Flutter for the first time, it was beta, at beta stage. And there were only two platforms, iOS and Android. The initial goal was to make building mobile application easier. Slowly, over years, now we've seen 6 platforms that is added to Flutter. And you can now just write your one language Dart code and it will compile to different platforms. You build desktop application. And it's interesting that this innovation, the way that it's working right now, and with other open source, companies and communities, for example, Canonical is one of the big part of Flutter right now, bringing Flutter to Linux ecosystem. And when you look at that, when they announced it last year, you see that they are working very hard to make Flutter as a first citizen into Linux or at least Ubuntu. That opens up a lot of windows, right? So you can simply now build not only those that are involved in Linux ecosystem, but also other developers, slowly getting into other communities, including Linux. But here's the thing. You now open up this window, but it's not just about the framework. Many times it's about the ecosystem around the framework, which makes, or the community around it, which makes that particular piece of software successful, to my opinion. You come up and say, oh, now we have this platform, we have this base, fantastic, but how can we make these dependencies to share with other people and, people can build their application easier? Well, you come up with, like, okay, now we have platform, just go with if and else, start, let's say if that, if this. Flutter gives you an opportunity to also communicate with native layer. We're going to go through that quickly. But, not very pleasant because not everyone is expert in all of these 6 platforms, right? It's very hard to be very expert in C++ as well as Java, as well as, not just the language itself, but the entire platform. If you are expert in Windows, then maybe it's a little bit difficult to be expert also in Mac. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's rare, right? So we need to find a better way. And this is exactly, I think I've seen it over the last couple of years, how the way that we maintain and manage this ecosystem getting better and better. That's what we're going to talk today. And then, as I said, you need different skill sets for now. This is a giant, ecosystem. So now you need to have, let's say, a package or a plugin that is needed by community to build or to get a battery status of a device. Now you're not thinking about iOS only, not thinking about Android. You need to think about how to get it from web, how to get it from Linux devices, Mac devices, Windows devices, and etc. Well, before going through that, let me explain about how Flutter enables the developers to communicate with native code. Just to give you an overview, Flutter has a feature named Platform Channels, where you open up a channel, a method channel or an event channel. There are two different channels. The difference here is that either you have like a one-time job, you want to just call, get something, and you're done, or you need a stream of data. Like example would be charging battery, right? You constantly need to listen to that status to see if it's changing or not. So in each host, Flutter is giving you this opportunity to open up a messaging system, which also gets these messages going, forward and backward, let's say, and they also automatically becoming serialized and deserialized. And then you can send these messages and get the result, whatever you want to do. So you have a layer of Dart, which is the main language behind Flutter, and then you have these native code. You have C in Linux or C++ in Windows or like Kotlin in Android and so on and so forth. So there's one exception to that is like usually for web, you don't need this kind of communication. You can get that either via JS interoperability. And it's a very difficult word for me to pronounce. And there's a Dart package named Dart HTML where you can get the window, properties from browser. So that's the way you can manage that. This is a little bit different. But let's take a look at some example here. Is that visible? Okay, because this monitor is not visible, at least here. I'll look at this here. If you look at it right now, the way that it's managed, like you have your Flutter application or a Dart layered, a Dart application. It's not a Dart application, I mean Dart layer in Flutter application. You open up a method channel, name it, and then you will invoke some methods. Let's say this is an example, get a battery, and that is going to, this is an asynchronous job, so you wait for the result to come back. And in fact, what it does, let's take a look at a Kotlin, like for an Android host, and that applies to other platforms too, like similar. Not exactly the same, but similar. So you have a channel, and then you have a package in Android where it's provided by Flutter. It's like a glue. So you open up this method channel, the same one that you opened in Dart layer. You listen to that method that is invoked, and then, well, get the battery level in Android in any way that you do. The get battery level function is just an example. What you might have some logic here for your host. That is the native code. So you just run that, invoke that. That's an asynchronous. Get that and resolve back to the main layer. Another example would be, now this is, as I told you, is similar. Like this is for Windows implementation. The same thing, but in Windows. So now you have, again, your method channels. You're going to open up these, channels, and then you will have some kind of handler to listen to this, method, And once you do that, that's then is easy. You listen to these function names, do whatever you want to do, and then send the result back. It's pretty interesting. I mean, not that hard. You see, there's no bridge, nothing here. It's just a message communication between your Dart layer and native layer. That enables us now to build packages or dependencies that is one dependency to Flutter, but in fact, run the same thing on all platforms. We get into that slowly, just bear with me. There's one thing here is that, well, not all of these messages, like not always you need primitive types, right? Many times you have your custom types, your custom object class, then you want to serialize and deserialize that as well, to have a type-safe communication. So, well, there is a tool for that, at least for Android and iOS, and I hope that this is expanding to other platforms soon, to other platforms too soon, and that is Pigeon library. That's leveraging code generation for building these type of type-safe communication. Let's come back to the ecosystem again. Okay, now we know how we can build this stuff. It's open to community. All right, well, it will be a little bit challenging here because you need to define a way that is pretty maintainable. Like now we know this is open, like a method channel. I open these platform channels and communicate, but then should I write everything in my Flutter code, in Dart? How can I extract it? How can I communicate with 6 different people with different skill sets and still maintain a package that doesn't break anything in any platforms? So it must be scalable, right? So you start with Android and iOS because, well, you are a maintainer and you're expert in these 2 packages, but then slowly you're asking other maintainers to jump in and extend your packages, support other platforms. Well, there must be some solid pattern here that is like a standard or a consistent way of building these packages or plugins. Luckily, there is a way, and that is named federated plugins in Flutter. That's an interesting approach. We're going to go through that very quickly again together, a little bit technical, and then learns from that. So imagine, as a customer, as a developer, you don't want to deal with 6 platforms, right? Well, even if you are going to build an application with Flutter and you want to have all 6 platforms supported, still you want one dependency. You don't want to deal with 6 dependencies. It's good to have battery as a dependency, and then forget about all the other platforms. You just call some kind of method from this package in your Dart layer where you write your code. So that's federated plugins. How is working is something that I'm going to go through it right now. But many of the things that I mentioned right now, I will mention, it's about these packages, plus packages. There's a story behind it. Around 3 years ago, or maybe a little bit more, these packages are the packages maintained, there were packages maintained by Flutter team itself. But it was only support for 2 platforms, Android and iOS. Then a bunch of people from community and me, we get together and said, okay, now we need to step up and then take these plugins. These are major plugins in that ecosystem. Like if you come to Flutter and start building an application, I doubt you don't need any of these. You probably need one of these packages, at least. It's a very major plugin, like used by millions of developers. So we said, okay, let's actually fork this and then start building a better packages out of it and adding support for all platforms. We had some expert in different, ecosystem like Linux experts, Windows experts, and so on and so forth. We did that, and then after a year almost, the Flutter team came back and said, your packages are much better than ours. We will depreciate ours, the main one, and we refer everyone to your packages. And now this is a community effort packages that everyone is using. Another example that is using federated approach is Firebase. Flutter Fire is the Firebase packages for Flutter. Firebase services. All these services, these are maintained by the company that I'm working right now, Invertase. Open source, free, and we have again the federated approach. If you think of it, it's a lot of services from Firebase, and each of them needs to have supported in each platform. It's hell a lot of work. We learned a lot from building this as open source packages, which I'm going to share with you. But let me give you an example to just understand what are these federated approaches, plugins. Imagine we're talking about an example here, battery. Probably easy one to understand. So if you go to the battery folder under our repository right now, you find 6 folders for each platform probably. One folder which is battery plus, and another one, the interesting one, platform interface. Like perhaps each of these plugins have at least 8 folders, or 6 in this case because Android and iOS are under the first one, but it can be also a separate folder. So if you look at this right now, it's interesting things. So then the Linux, Mac, Web, Windows, these are pretty self-explanatory. They're probably doing something with that particular platform. But what is the first one and the platform interface? First of all, I mentioned several times package versus plugins. Let's clarify that. Dart packages are the packages that are purely written in Dart, and there is no communication with native part of it. So it's just Dart layer. That's packages that usually we call it in Flutter ecosystem. And the plugin packages are the ones that they communicate with native platforms. So when I say plugin, then I mean communicating with native. So based on those folders, then we can immediately categorize these plugin packages and Dart packages. We have app face packages where it's purely package, Dart package. It's communicating, it's the frontier package for developers. They're just gonna use this one. Add this app facing and you're done. Then you're gonna have the platform packages where you've seen those folders, specifically writing logics for each specific platform. And then you're gonna have platform interface. This is like a glue. You define your contract, and then you say, okay, the battery platform interface is going to be similar to this. Then everyone who is going to implement for each platform needs to depend on this platform interface and provide the same functionality. You may also think like, oh, well, it might be a little bit difficult to create all of these packages by hand, or maintain them. Well, luckily, the Flutter CLI it's actually a great tool under your hand that you can generate all of these folders and everything that is needed at least as a template. So you can just go ahead and run a simple command and get your Linux, Mac, iOS, whatever. Or you can create your package. Then after you're done, let's take a look at the architect. Like we talked about 3 different type of packages here, app-facing platforms and an interface. In fact, your application is going to be dependent on the app-facing platform, which is Battery Plus in this case. And the Battery Plus is going to be dependent on other packages, Linux, Mac, etc. And then all of those, including the app-facing, is dependent on the platform interface. Okay. Let's take a look at just quickly how they glue together. If we look at, like in each software, we know that there is probably some kind of file that is defining configuration, or, you know, like for example, in Dart, we have pub/spec YAML file where you define your dependencies, project names, and so on and so forth, including a property name for Flutter where you define your plugin. Here is the case. You go ahead and here you define under a package your implementation of each of these platforms. This one shows like, okay, the class, plugin class, it seems like everything is under one folder, but I showed you different folders for each platform. How does that work? Then that is the way that we named it endorsed implementation. We learned from the community, from these efforts in these major platforms, this is a good approach to have these, plugin packages as an independent package. And then in the main app-facing package, we just dependent on these platform ones. Here is an example. So we're depending in the main one, Battery Plus, that's the name of package. We're depending on all other the platforms packages, and then we just in the configuration say this is going to use this default package. Why this is better? This is better because then now I don't need to even have Battery Plus Linux under the same folder. If one of you can jump in and say, hey, you know, I can maintain this. I say, okay, just go ahead and maintain this folder and just make sure that you're always up to date with the platform interface, and you know, you publish your, you maintain your package, even publish it. We're just depending on that. That's it. Distributing the work to the community in this way. All right. If you take a look at a pub/spec YAML file of these packages very quickly, we see that this is exactly the same thing that we had in the beginning. We're just trying to make it smaller, particularly for each package. Nothing really special here, except that, you know, you're depending on platform interface. We take a look at some code as well. Let's take a look at some code to just give you an idea, like right now, what is this platform interface that we're talking? So the platform interface, in fact, is, as I said, it's just an interface. It's a contract between you and all the other authors, right? So you define your method that you want to have, your properties, and then you also need to depend on plugin platform interface from Flutter. That is enforcing some, you know, glue from the plugins, from the Flutter team. So you depend on that. Here is, you see, I just now creating my contract interface, and then I have my Battery Plus method, where you got an idea, right? So then we had a method channel or event channel to communicate with native, but this is a Dart layer. In fact, the method channel that we discussed in the, a few slides before will be in this platform channel. Then all the authors, they don't really care about that. They just call a method that is invoking the same, you know, method name. So now all of us, all maintainers, we have 6 maintainers for just one package because, well, different platforms requires different skill sets. Then they know how to do stuff. So then in your main Battery Plus, in fact, then you don't care about those if and else anymore. You just call a platform instance, and then Flutter inject the right one for you. That's pretty much it. Now, you don't care about which platform. You have your dependencies. You go ahead and just use it. An exception, again, would be web. We've talked about it because web doesn't really communicate with that. Instead, we can use Dart HTML. Like in this case, you can get the battery status from browser navigator. So in this case, you can have an exception of this instance, right? So, phew. So many things in a quick time, so many codes. Well, you know, the purpose of the talk is usually in conferences, talks are here to teach you something, give you some idea, but mainly it's for inspiration, right? So you need to get your time later, go through this again and review it once. Now we talked about the technical part. You at least get some idea how stuff works. We're coming to the open source maintenance. The stories. Well, this was just the beginning. Now you have 6 developers maintaining a package for different platforms. Well, the most important challenge starts from your machine, your local setup. Well, you're building a package that is requiring other packages. Okay, well, if you are all under one monorepo or one repo, that's even easier. You can have these paths there. If not, then that's even more challenging. So, and also think about not just the paths that you need to change all the time because you want to develop, but then you have these local paths. You want to publish it to pub as a repository, then you see that doesn't work because, well, you can't have a local path and publish a public package. Challenges starts. So then you have versioning and releasing. Well, you change a platform interface, which should rarely change, by the way, but then you change a number and then you see, oh, you have 6 other dependencies. Now you need to bump all the others version. You need to come back to each platform. You need to realize what has changed and so on and so forth. Well, you know, there are lots of challenges here. And imagine that, as I said, one platform contract changes. It's hell a lot of work to communicate with even other developers. Then how can we fix that? This is what I love about open source. And in the beginning, I said the innovation comes. In fact, so we started thinking about these problems. And then we saw, at least in Invertase, when we've been building these packages, we saw that, oh, our development time increased significantly as we are growing these packages, right? We're very slow of publishing and maintaining these packages. We started thinking like, how can we fix that? Then we said, okay, let's now build something that fixes this problem. And if it fixes for me, it can fix that for many of you. We started building another system or another software or another package named Melos, where it's a monorepo management tool. It's handling all of those problems that I mentioned, fixing, you know. Here is the thing. So you have an open source system. It gives you an opportunity to build other open source systems. Then you are building that, you find out there is a problem, and then you go ahead and innovate and build. Slowly, these open source systems are getting better and better and better. And then generally, the entire ecosystem getting better. That's the beauty of having open source and learn from that. Well, that's not the only thing. Testing. Who is writing unit tests for your application? Who is writing unit tests for the application you're developing? What if I tell you that writing unit tests in this case, it's not helpful? You write unit tests, you think that you're testing everything, and then you go ahead and publish and you figure out, oh, there are lots of bugs, not because of tests, but because everything should work together. The unit test doesn't catch anything in this case. So in this type of ecosystem, you realize that, oh, you know, maybe end-to-end testing is much more important. It's a bit different from what you hear because, well, usually say you need to spend more time on less costly type of test, which is unit test probably, but then more time on unit test and less time on integration test, which is more costly. But in our case, we realized that, we need to spend more time on integration test because, well, it really doesn't matter if one platform by itself doesn't work. It should work all together. You spend time and realize that, but then you go ahead and run your tests. You write a lot of unit tests, integration tests, go ahead, and then you realize, oh, well, we've written like 500 tests, different tests. We run tests, and it takes hours to run. Wow. We need to innovate again. We need to fix this problem. And here is what is kind of nice about community. They come in and they jump in and say, oh, there is a problem here and we need to fix this. We innovated again with a package named Spec. We said, now we don't have proper error messaging in tests. We don't have, these kind of stuff. Let's go ahead and build another system to fix that. And we built that. Now we run tests simultaneously. We just run tests that are failed, not the one that we don't need to run all the tests, and so on and so forth. Again, the beauty of open source. You're slowly improving, ecosystem because you feel there is something wrong there. The code quality. I should mention that when you're working on a package that you have 6 maintainers and that is growing very fast also and people are coming and going, nothing is more important than having a consistent way of coding. You don't want everyone writes in any way that they like, right? So it should be some consistent way. And I should mention that you need to automate as much as possible. The more time we spend there, the better probably. So, and another interesting things that I've seen in the last couple of years of at least being part of these big projects is the partnerships. A lot of maintainers in open source ecosystem, they're doing their stuff in silo, and where you can actually get into, other maintainers, propose what you think is good, and then, well, maybe there is a chance, and here is the chance. We found that, well, maybe by partnershiping with maybe Canonical, for example, we can build a better desktop application for Linux. And that brings innovation. So sometimes, as maintainer of open source, we need to get out of, what we're doing and think about other systems, try to integrate, try to propose different things. That brings more innovation and generally building better software for the entire humanity. So many other things that I can mention here. When you have these massive ecosystem of maintainers for these major packages, then it's really important. I learned that by heart, by seeing in action. You need to be open as much as possible. Tools are there to help us. Like you are under GitHub, for example, you're gonna have discussion, then open that discussion and use and leverage that. We learned that. Be open. You want to change something, open it to community and publish it and ask people's opinion about it. This is good if we are empowering people, developers, and we are encouraging them to coming back to us with their feedbacks. Usually we are building better things. So, as I said, then it's an open source software. There is nothing hidden here, right? So you can be very open and transparent. So, another thing that we learned is that, many times maintainers, well, we are human. We don't sometimes have time. We need to spend on other things. Life sometimes is difficult, sometimes is easy. We all know that. So, inviting others to help us, even as an ad hoc, contributor, is a great thing. This must be a continuous, effort from maintainers, I believe. So continuously we invite people for different purposes, like, okay, this is Hacktoberfest, all right, let's go and have a challenge. You can come and contribute to our packages. It is another event. Oh, fantastic, let's have another challenge. You can come to, this is what we did. You can go to like open source companies and ask for even swag and stuff like that. Say if anyone is contributing to these packages and fixing this problem and things like that, so you can get these kind of swags from X company. The purpose here to have a vibrant community around your package, not only being you alone there. That will be a little bit frustrating over time and may kill your project. We learned that. We started doing that over the last 2 years. In fact, right now we have a challenge of sending PR, getting stickers. And developers are in love with the stickers anyway. They want the stickers. By the way, I brought you Flutter stickers, and they are there out there, a lot of them. So think about the social media also. It's a powerful tools under your hand, especially Twitter. Tech Twitter, I realized it's very vibrant, and so you can get help by just posting. I've seen that a lot of time myself. And if you're leading a project like that big, maybe take a step forward and be a little bit proactive. Set up meetings face to face. Just ask people if you want to meet. Not, if you can't meet it physically, you can meet virtually. At least the last 3 years of COVID showed us how we can meet virtually properly. So do that. We need to do that. We learned that this is a great thing for maintaining these big, packages or plugins. All right. It's 45 minutes that I'm speaking, and I'm happy that still you're looking at me. So no one is sleepy, so that's good. Let's summarize. I shared with you not only the technical part. My main goal of this talk, this keynote, was to share with you the things that we learn from these big open source projects and the way that we manage it, and we try to manage it even better every day. We're still learning every day. We went through some of these, cross-platform thingy that Flutter, how it manages. We didn't dive into it, but that wasn't the purpose of this talk. You can just look at that later. We learned about, these way of managing plugins and having a cross-platform, and also the lessons that we learned from having these big open source project with so many maintainers. In fact, one thing that I want to tell you at the end is it's pretty, to me, I learned a lot from just by doing open source, and I believe we can all level up by just doing open source. Be active, contribute, help maintainers, please. So we are all human. We can help each other to make software better and better. With that said, thank you very much for listening to me. I actually spoke a little bit faster to give you some time to ask questions. So if you have any question, please raise your hand. Happy to answer. You can find my slide, by the way, on slides.com/myhandler. This is my handler, by the way. You can find me anywhere on internet with this handler. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Actually, I have two questions.
Sure.
So the first one is, how did Canonical help to make Flutter work on Linux, and in what way? And the other is, I imagine for the graphic part, the UI part, you have a plugin, so you have all the various platforms supported. So on Linux, how does it work? Does it use GTK or Qt under the hood or stuff like that?
Yeah. For the first one, I actually don't know the deal because that's something with Flutter team and Google. But what I know is, as far as it's open, I know that they adopted Flutter as a first citizen for building Linux application for Ubuntu. So there is I reference some link there. You can take a look, see how you can build application and even publish it so other people can use it. So I know that they also started using Flutter for rebuilding some of their infrastructure. For example, the Linux installer. So they started rebuilding that with Flutter. And by doing that, exactly the same thing that we've done with packages, they realized, oh, there are something missing, or we need to contribute, we need to, add more thing and more thing, And so far, we've seen a great, progress, especially for Linux, because, well, Canonical is quite big in that sense, and they're trying to add these kind of support and progress to Flutter. There is also one more thing that I want to mention, just came to my head. Microsoft is also contributing to Flutter for supporting foldable devices. They are the main contributor in that part. So as far as I know, they have like a team, small team in Microsoft that they just contributing to Flutter to make Flutter better on Linux, on Windows and foldable devices particularly. This is interesting. And this is the thing that I mentioned in the beginning. Open source, you learn, you innovate, and then it opens some windows, and then other players come in and say, start, making that better and better. And this is interesting to me. Regarding the second question, you need to understand how Flutter renders, renders the graphic that you mentioned. Flutter uses a library called Skia, and Skia is a C++ engine for 2D graphic and stuff like that. So, in fact, in Flutter, well, if I want to explain it very quickly, it's Flutter giving you a canvas, and then you are an artist. It's exactly like that. You have a canvas, you have tools, painters, colors, etc., and you start building. And a Skia, based on those, abstraction, then you have those things. Skia will render that on the engine. So behind the scenes, perhaps there are lots of things that is taking care. I'm not really sure about the details, but this is how it works. So in fact, then this is a way that you manage building cross-platform application. So there is something behind the scenes over there. Even on web, you have some kind of version of a Skia with WebAssembly. Still, you have Canvas on web. You're still building Flutter application.
Also, just I did sit in on a few meetings at Canonical about the Flutter work we've been doing. To answer your question about GTK and Qt, my understanding is that Flutter is not rendering into either of those toolkits natively. It's more that the Canonical team has provided the Yaru theming kit for Material platform, so it looks native, but it's actually a totally separate rendering. It's just been made.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I forget about it. Yes.
Other questions? Comments? There's one.
Please forgive my bad English. If I understood well, in the way you decided to manage the things changed over time.
Yeah.
In one point, you decided to rely on the community more and more. Given that, in your opinion, the design of the whole project could have been different if you could have managed to understand this thing from the start.
Yeah.
Because I think that you made some decision, very basic decision, the language, the structure of the platform, and perhaps there's some lesson here that can be used in a future revised new version of this thing. Perhaps, doing is like Tao. in the way you learn things?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's actually a very good question. Well, some of the, like many of the things I mentioned here is something that Flutter team actually evolved, and we started using and giving them feedback. One of the things I like about Flutter community right now, or particularly Flutter team, is that they're listening and actively, every quarter, for example, they run survey and ask for like what is need to be improved, right? So there is a team in Flutter, in Google supporting, that is great, but there's also community here. And when you have this active community, so you realize, oh, you're doing something right now, and then, but it's not right. They don't want this. You think it's right, but they don't want it. So the good thing here is that they actually listened and actively, and they changed it. Federated plugins are one of those things that I mentioned here. In the beginning, it was a little bit harder to maintain these type of, and as the platform is growing and evolving, the way that it's introduced to manage the platform is also evolving. It's a mutual, by the way, kind of contract between community and the team and maintainers, you see. So it's a two-way communication. And I think this is one of the reasons that this community, particularly the Flutter community and Flutter project by itself, is growing very fast. Because, well, we had a problem of managing packages, and as the platform is growing, and there was, or still there is, like a product owner of developer experience. They're just working on how to make the developer experience better for the ecosystem. And they're listening to developers and at least active maintainers constantly and evolving. I believe, well, I know that if they knew right now what is right, they could have done it 5 years ago, but that's the way we build software. We realize when we build and we test and we get feedback, and slowly we, evolve it. I don't think it's possible to know everything in advance in the beginning and start building that, right? We have some ideas, we start building, and then slowly we get feedback and we evolve it. And this is happening right now, I believe. And I think it's going in a very good direction, to my opinion.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to find out about what are your thoughts on continuous development and documentation.
What? Sorry?
Are your thoughts on continuous development and documentation?
Okay. For a second, I've heard Toyota. Because there is a project with Flutter and Toyota.
Oh, okay,
and I thought
nice.
that you've heard about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I actually didn't put that there, but this is one of the challenges when it comes to these massive projects. One thing that we started thinking about documentation is to have like a set of rules to write documentation. The contribution guide is a key here. Something that we all agree here, a contribution guide. We know what we want to document. And also in Flutter and Dart, the Dart tooling is giving you building documentation out of the box. So most of developers, like Dart developers, they know how to document inside code. And, and then we generate document out of it. But then that sometimes writing those type of documentations is not enough. In fact, you need to have more examples. And that's exactly what we learned. We need examples. We started testing all of like integration test stuff in our examples, as well as writing our documentation over there. One challenge was like, one advantage of having this federated approach is that not everyone needs to write human readable document, like for end user, because we have a platform interface, we have a contract. As long as we know how to use those, that's enough for the end user. But when we have another type of documentation for the platform specific code, like for C, like you're writing something in, that's another type of documentation. Usually, we did two things to fix this. First of all, as I said, contribution guides. Secondly, we automated our PRs in a way that checks those contribution guides. That was the part that I said code quality. Automate, automate, automate. Like, we have rules, we have agreements, but people are coming and going. It's hard to follow up, right? And also, developers, I'm a developer as well, we tend to not to read documentation very thoroughly. We just start the first 2 lines and then it's too much. Let's just skip. We will realize when we build, right? So therefore, automating that is pretty important. We automate these documentation generation. We check if their analysis tools, it's very important. So we have rules, custom rules there, say if a public method does not have a documentation, the PR gets rejected automatically. You need to write documentation. And then someone, this is the automate part, but then someone from the maintainer should come and read this PR. Well, I can write 1 line of document. So how many times you've seen in a code that you have a public method and on the document on top it says the exact same method name? That's documented. Well, in the eyes of bot is documented, but how about humans? That's an agreement, right? So it's a little bit difficult, to be honest, to have this agreement, but I told about face-to-face meeting, right? I told about making the team closer, the maintainer team closer together. That solves the problem. So in a way, these are the things that we learned and we did. Yes, exactly.
We can't hear the comments from the audience unless you speak into the mic. And there's a question from back here.
What about Toyota?
There is an effort, not just with Toyota, also BMW and other car makers. They started adopting Flutter for their screen in the machine, because technically Flutter is built to draw or, draw anything in any type of a screen. There is actually a saying in Flutter community from one of the product owner as well. It says, if there isn't a screen with pixel, Flutter can render there. And in fact, this is an effort from that. So this is an IoT effort. There's also another effort from Sony that they forked Flutter to kind of experiment with building application for some fridge, some IoT devices. So if you search Flutter on Toyota, you probably see some progress right now. So they try to build the car application, the screen for the car with Flutter. So in fact, now my talk name was 1 plugin, 6 platforms. Maybe next year, this time, if I come back, it will be 1 platform, 1 plugin, 7 platforms. It will be IoT as well.
All right, it's great to have growth and variety. So thank you, Majid.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's been great to have you here. We'll wish you a safe trip home.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to be moving on to the next speaker shortly. It's online, so we'll be switching over the projector. There he is. All right. Please welcome Handsome Feng. Your handle is easier for me to pronounce. Your sound working? Not yet. I think.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jianfeng, and Handsome Feng is my nickname. I'm a member of Ubuntu. I'm also a dev maintainer. Today, I will share with you the tablet mode in UKUI. Here is my email. If you have any questions, feel free to send me an email. And today's talk will be divided into 3 parts. First, I will introduce the UKUI desktop environment. Then I will introduce the latest tablet mode in UKUI. And finally, I will share our plans for the near future. UKUI is a lightweight desktop environment developed by the Kylin team, which is shipped by default on Kylin. And it has its own official website. This is a link, and below the link is the logo. UKUI now has over 14 projects on the GitHub, and is being ported to Debian, Arc, Fedora, and other desktop distributions. This is the history of the UKUI. The first version is released in 2013. It's based on Unity 7 with a modified layout. And as the screenshot on the far left shows, we provide the ability to put the launcher at the bottom of the screen, while adding our own themes and wallpapers. The second generation of UKUI was released in 2017 and is based on Mate to provide users with a Windows-like interface, just shown in the middle picture. The UKUI 3 series is released in 2020 and is self-designed and developed based on its own interaction design concept. If you want to experience it, you can go to our website, www.ubuntukylin.com, to download our latest Ubuntu Kylin image. And this is the website. This shows the UKUI architecture, where mainly focus on the middle part. We are developing based on Qt and K5. On top of that, we created our own development library, UKUI interface, and our SDK, as well as the UKUI platform theme. On top of the development library, we create the server's layer of the desktop environment, including settings demo, power manager, source manager, Bluetooth manager, session manager. On top of that, there are the core components, including the start menu, panel, file manager, control center. Those core components give the users the most intuitive feeling of UKUI's desktop environment. Next, I will give you the highlights of our tablet mode. Seems the network is not good. First, I will introduce you the origin of the tablet mode. In 2019, Intel came to us with the idea of making a tablet product. After several consultations, we poured in hire and attention to work together on this project. This picture shows the first generation of our adaptation. This higher notebook supports 316-degree flip, free system switching between notebook mode, tablet mode, pen mode, and the book mode, as shown in the picture on the right. but unfortunately, Hire withdrew from the project in the middle of the process for various reasons. And our second generation product, based on HP Pavilion laptop, and only has two modes, PC modes and tablet modes. It's still based on UKUI and equipped with Tencent's education AI capabilities, which has improved the quality of education solutions. And this product is already available in China. Next, let me show you some pictures. This is the PC mode. The applications on the desktop are some education software. We have done some optimization in general PC mode, including layout and the gestures. This is the tablet mode. The UI design is more complex. The application icon is redesigned. The page layout and the icon spacing are more suitable for touch. On the left is a small program error with a focus app. And on the right is a list of all applications which can be shooted by type or tab. You have two ways to switch modes. One is automatic by hardware detection, whether the keyboard is flipped, and one is manual by clicking the button on the right sidebar. Here. You can swipe left from the far right of the screen to call out the sidebar. It shows system messages and the application messages on the upper section, and provides multiple shortcuts for network connection, model switching, volume and brightness adjustment, and other functions. When you switch to play mode, options will open. It enables the users to focus on the application that makes the touch of operations. I can't feel I can see the type. To switch to another swipe from the bottom to the top and go to the here you can switch application or close your application.
We're having some technical difficulties. The AV team is trying to resolve them, but we'll... Yeah, it's not us, it's them. Or the other way around. Hybrid conferences are always exciting this way. Multi-continental, long distance. So I believe there was a UKUI presentation at the last physical LAS. In Barcelona, they presented their UKUI 2. So it was, and it's good to see that the project has continued for another 4 years. They continue to do interesting things, and I know stuff like dealing with tablet hardware is a pain in the elbow. But I'm not exactly qualified to talk about somebody else's product, so I probably shouldn't. In the meantime, I can talk about t-shirts. Hey.
Do you think you will be able to reconnect or? Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to reconnect so that we can continue the presentation. And if that doesn't work out, then we have an early coffee break.
Sorry. The network is so bad.
All right, welcome back.
Oh. I will continue. This is the file manager, and for better touch operation, we provide a multi-selection mode. Also, we provide a preview function, just like the picture shows. Since the network is not good, I will not turn on my webcam. Is it okay?
That's fine.
And to make it easy to find local files and various online resource, we have provided a global search widget on the homepage of the tablet mode. That's over the Focus app here. Next, I will introduce some features of the tablet mode. First, we provided a unified identifier authentication, which makes you log into the system with your social account by scanning the QR code. And our Touch Manager provides basic system support for touch functions, such as tips and long presses, as well as finger gestures. And this video shows the effort of our touch. Oh, sorry. Seems it can't play in this print form. So let's skip this page. And to achieve touch management, we have two options. One is to use an event file plus touch app, but it has many problems such as VLAN support and security problems and so on. So we choose the second option that use keyring and the QPA block. This solution is working well so far, but there are still some areas that can be improved, such as animation efforts and touchpad and stylus pen support. We also have a state manager that monitors the state of underlying hardware. It provides interface for state switch for all components of the desktop environment. And I think one of the most useful features is the eye protection mode. It supports adjusting the scene brightness, color, temperature, and other elements according to the time and the user's needs. It also senses the user's position, whether the eyes are staring at the screen through the camera, and gives appropriate suggestions. The image above shows your eyes are in the right place, and the image below shows that you should take a break instead of continuing to stare at the screen. Here are other optimization efforts, including physics, Bluetooth, and power savings. Finally, a brief introduction to our recent brands. We will continue to make further optimizations and enhancements in these areas. And we are also adapting new hardware, which will probably be released with the new version of UKUI in the second half of the year. So, can stay tuned. And welcome to follow us on these platforms.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you all. And since my speaking skills are limited, I'm worried that I won't be able to fully understand your questions or express my thoughts precisely here. Can we skip the QA session? And if you have any questions, you can email me or contact me on IRC. Is it okay?
That's okay. Thank you for your talk. We saw your email and IRC handles on screen. So we're going to skip the live QA session, and if you have questions about UKUI 3, then you can ask them by mail or other online. There you go.
Yeah.
Once
Thank
again,
you.
thank you. I have a lot of questions. I'll ask them by email.
Ask by email. Thank you all. Thank you all.
All right, that moves us on in the schedule to the next part, which is coffee and cake, sponsored by CodeThink. 10:55, we're back here. Yes. You can harangue the multitudes. That's good when there are multitudes. Are you hecklers at the back of the room?
No, I have a talk after this, and I have to leave before Aleix finishes. It's about access.
No heckling.
But we may heckle, but not.
About how we develop applications in KDE. And as soon as we switch the screen, there you go. We're going.
Thanks. So yes, for LAS, I thought that I would be talking a little bit about how we do things in KDE. We do a ton of applications, and I figured that it's good that you folks know what is going on and, well, how could you participate with what we do. A little bit to introduce myself. Oh, that was bullet points look a bit quirky, don't they? Dear Tuxes. Yeah, this is my name, Aleix Pol Gonzalez. I am from Barcelona. I am the KDE president right now, but then I've been doing KDE work for good 15 years nowadays. I'm a software developer, both by training and by just doing. I've been organizing the Linux App Summit for the last few days. I am employed by Blue Systems to work on KDE software. A lot of what I talk about and a lot of what I do, it's sponsored by them. And yeah. So a little bit, what is KDE? As KDE, well, we had our 25th birthday anniversary last year. So as you will understand, there's a whole lot of story and a lot of things have changed since the beginning. What started as a desktop environment nowadays is, well, far more than that. Nowadays, KDE, by the way, doesn't stand for anything. It's the 3 letters that are our name, but that's it. Nowadays, KDE is a community of people like, well, like myself, Adrian, Albert, and many of you in here who, well, decide to collaborate with us and work together. We work together on several products, and a lot of them are applications, which is what I'm going to try to talk about today. Then there's been the question in the past about what makes an application product a KDE app, right? because this is something that we've somewhat changed also over the years. In the beginning, it had to be a very specific stack, and to some extent it still is. But the definition we're going with nowadays is mostly an application that is developed by the KDE community. As a KDE community, we have some technologies that we've been developing and which we use, but it's not a requisite, because sometimes you need to use something else, and that's probably fine. As an example, we have this KDE Connect application, for example, that is working on Android and macOS. These are done in the SDKs for the different platforms because it makes sense and because we could, and that's fine, and we haven't had an outrage because of this, right? So it's possible to do things without Qt and KDE frameworks, which would be like our go-to technologies, but yeah, that's the thing. So I said that KDE apps are the applications developed by the KDE application, and well, there's a little bit of an asterisk, which is basically that it's applications that are developed by us, and obviously under the manifesto which we have. Maybe we can take a quick look at it. Well, you can see that it basically has a list of things that it needs to have. It needs to be follow open governance, which is like how we work in KDE. It needs to be free software. It needs to be inclusive. It needs to try to solve problems for people. We have common ownership in KDE, so every KDE project is owned by all of us. And like if you become a KDE developer one day and want to contribute into a project, you get to do that without having to ask for permission. And then we have an end-user focus, which is well, something that is very important to us. Like in practice, what we create is things that solve problems for people. It's not well, we don't solve problems, theoretical problems, so to speak. There's a lot of work that we do, like frameworks work, which is obviously not for end users, but it's means to an end. So every framework we have is for an application or for Plasma, etc. And this last point is a lot of the why, right? While KDE has changed a lot over the last 25 years, it still started from somebody who wanted to make, well, Linux a viable platform for, well, at the start their partner, and now all of our collective partners and friends and family and beyond, right? Like what drives us is to make it possible to use information devices like computers and phones for everyone, by everyone, anywhere, and with free software whenever possible, right? So we need ways to make this easier. If we asked everybody to do everything from scratch, it would be a whole lot of work, especially as technology gets more demanding. Somebody was making the joke for me that some years ago, that at the beginning it was very easy to start doing a desktop environment, right? Like 25 years ago, if you wanted to do a painting app, you did paint clone, like color paint, and then you were the king. Nowadays, you get to do that like in 20 minutes, but then you need to still compete with Photoshop, Inkscape, and all of those, right? So you need to do a lot more to be at the top of the wave. And to be able to do that, we use mainly two technologies, which are Qt and the KDE frameworks that we create. Qt has been around in KDE since our very beginning. And in fact, our founder, he was a Qt employee and started using the technology that they were creating to start creating the the first pillars of our KDE house of nowadays, right? It's something that has continued over time. We still use it very heavily, and well, not only we use it, we've been developing it a lot. Many KDE contributors are Qt contributors nowadays, and even approvers. We have even some maintainers in Qt, and I think that it's very important to remember that Qt is a very inclusive community where we can we'll work together and create free software with. Qt, though, is a very generic framework for creating applications. It has been created for, well, to create apps, but also to create cars UXs and to create coffee machine UXs and everything in between, right? On the other hand, we have specific needs. We care about doing a desktop environment like Plasma is. We care about creating a ton of applications that we, by the way, need to or want to be able to well, create user experiences that are compatible with each other. You don't want to have different components on every application. So the more we can share both designs and code, the better we can create our applications. Also, the faster, because well, sharing is caring, right? Over the last maybe 10 years, there's been a little bit of a schism within Qt and how we create UIs. At the beginning, everything was Qt widgets and just C++. C++, we use it everywhere, but at the very beginning, all of the UIs were created with just C++. And maybe something that were the designer files, but well, that's for another day. You can identify every widgets application very easily by opening it. They have, well, I don't know. Maybe I just have seen so many of them that I can detect them. But well, they generally work very well. In fact, code from 20 years ago wouldn't be super different from the code that Dolphin has nowadays. Obviously, some of the APIs have changed, but in the core, it's all well the same. You specify how everything is organized in C++, and Qt is smart enough to be able to do the styling of everything and placing the things where you asked it to place them. These work very well for us and for everyone, and actually, like, there's massive tools, well, from KDE and the outside that are using Qt widgets, and well, it's not going anywhere. When Qt was under the hands of Nokia, they started, though, working on a different kind of technology called QML and Qt Quick that well, was meant to, at that time, work for their mobile devices, and that we've embraced through Kirigami. The big advantage about QML and Qt Quick is that you get to have, well, it's easier to do things like animations and make your application adapt to different form factors. Whereas in Qt widgets, while you could still theoretically do it, you would still need to also put a lot more work. I mean, there is a parallel universe where this split didn't happen, and I don't know, we were all still doing things in C++, but this is not the case anyway. Obviously, under the hood, QML and Qt Quick is implemented in C++, so everything is doable. Anyway, QML and Qt Quick, so the difference between Qt Quick and QML, because I realized that I am using them both at the same time. Qt Quick would be the actual framework that is doing the rendering. QML, the L means language, right? So it's like the actual letters that you write into your text editor that will render something. And then Kirigami is the framework we've put on top. So Qt Quick will be very good at rendering an image, a rectangle, to work with your mouse and your keyboard to get events, but this is a bit too raw to create every application on top of that. There are two technologies that they created that help us create our applications. One is the Qt controls, and then Kirigami. Qt controls will help us create buttons and things that look properly integrated in any platform, much like Qt widget does. So one of the advantages of using Qt is that a button will look like a button on Windows and on Linux, depending on what a button is supposed to look like, right? Here we can see Discover, which is using Kirigami. We can see that it's visibly organized a bit different. It has, for example, the concept of sheets on the side that they slide in and out, and we get to do a little bit more of things. As an example, this application, like the very same source code, will be running on Plasma Mobile and on desktop. And while it behaves a little bit different because you have different real estate requirements on both platforms, you still get to do to do a good job on either. So basically, like both for widgets and for Kirigami, we have several frameworks. If you want to use them on your application, we have the Flatpak runtime and the Snapcraft extension that allow us to use it on your application. So if you're creating an application, you can just use them. Using our runtime or extension won't make your application a KDE application. It will make an application that uses our technology, which is perfectly fine. It's all free software and for you to use, and you're more than welcome to do so and to work with us to improve them. Obviously, it doesn't need to follow the manifest or anything like that. Both runtimes, they bring all of Qt and all of the KDE frameworks. Our frameworks are mostly small extensions on Qt that make it more better for different use cases. They're generally as small as possible. We try to move our development as much as possible into Qt so that everybody can benefit from it, and we don't need to get everyone to go out of their way to use our smaller frameworks, but some of them are very powerful and useful. And I don't know, if you have a Qt application, I recommend you that you take a look at it and just use them, especially if they save you some work or like you can leverage just to maintain some aspects of your applications, right? Now, my talk was about how we create applications as KDE, not how do you use KDE's technology to create an application. And as you will imagine, we need to do these kind of things as a community. If you thought I would like to work on the applications that they do or contribute there, I generally think it's a good idea to just look at the wiki and see what you would like to do. Second. When people ask me how should I join the community and work on things, I always have the feeling that now I'm going to be the person working on this new product or this new application. I think that it shouldn't be this way. Like, obviously, you might want to work on a new product, but it doesn't need to be that way. Being able to work on an aspect of another product and working with other people is how you're going to end up being most effective, right? It's easy or it's much easier for a project, for example, to die if it just started than if it has been working for a good decade. And it's often that you feel like I could create an application that does what I really wanted it to do, but if you find something that is almost there and you just change the few things that need changing, you can do what was needed. one big way for us to welcome people to work with us is the VDG, so that is the Visual Design Group. It's called Visual Design Group because it started from people who were mostly visual artists, but that doesn't mean it's just visual. At the moment, they have been doing a lot of usability work that goes far beyond, well, the visual aspect of things, and like they do icons and the styling for both our applications and Plasma and whatever product we do. But also they think about the interaction with the user and how to make their lives better. It's kind of useful for us as developers as well. Like you can decide yourself, do we want this feature or do we not want this feature? But also having somebody who comes from a usability background and from the outside who doesn't have this very like close relationship with how the code works at some point, it's also useful, right? Because as engineers, as developers, we're often tempted to well, decide on which features should our application have only by what's easy and by how our code is architected, right? But if you have somebody who can, from like their human usable perspective, to say this is a good idea or not, it can help us move in ways that are more beneficial to our users, which is in practice what we're after, right? Another thing that I view as a service within KDE that what you need to be a KDE project to leverage as well is localization. It has been something that I've always felt that is somehow magical about joining a community. When I started in KDE, I was working in this application called Algebra. I hadn't translated to 5 languages, and I was super proud of it because people came to me and said, I want to translate your application, and it's going to be great. When I joined KDE, I didn't get people reaching out to me saying, I want to translate your application, because there already were people working on it. But like it went from these 5 translation to 100 fairly quickly, and without me even noticing or having to worry about it, which is well, super powerful and interesting in many ways. Something we also offer to our project is both the continuous integration and continuous delivery of their products in different platforms. So when you're working on an application, you need to have this relationship with your users. And in practice, a lot of the users will already be having that relationship with KDE, right? KDE can help you both testing your software, running your tests, and making sure that things start and work, or that they don't regress, and also publish the binaries. We're doing that for several platforms. I'll go into it a little bit closer later. Now, there is a little bit this story about how maybe KDE applications would be only for Plasma. Obviously, or possibly most of KDE developers are using Plasma on their desktop, and if we miss something in our user experience, we will be integrating it in our applications. And if something is already provided by another application or something, we might not be integrating it. But in practice, a lot of our applications end up being used on different platforms, being well, other Linux desktops, but also beyond on Windows and Mac, and maybe Windows and Mac, or Android, yes. So in general, I think that it should be fairly easy to run any of the applications elsewhere. Somebody mentioned the other day about how it's a bit of a problem when you install an application, a KDE application in a non-KDE Linux distro, and then you see that you get flooded with a few hundred or a few tens of dependencies. But in practice, if you looked into it, it's generally like fairly small, like 100K libraries that you're getting, which in the big scheme of things is just small. But well, the fact that distros, unlike Flatpak or Snap, where it was just the two of the one of them, they split it into like tons of packages. It makes us feel like we're being flooded somehow. So yeah, I invite everyone to participate and join the Getting Started wiki. I added this twice. We have a ton of documentation if you're interested in participating. The first one is the human guidelines, human interaction guidelines. This is more on the usability and design side. The latter is the APIs that we're adding on top of Qt. I think that you can find good resources there. Also, as I said, you don't need to be a KDE project to use any of these, and especially the libraries we have, they can be very useful for Qt projects. So if you're using one, I think that you should consider it. Shortening our distance with our users has been one of the things that we've been discussing the most over the last few years. And it's in big part what we're talking about here. Historically, we've been just creating tarbles for distros to package, tarbles being like these files that just have a ton of source code in them. This is not very useful for anyone who isn't a packager. And what it has shown, right, like this story of, I have a friend who I want to test my application, the application I've been working on, well, was historically a problem. Like, I wouldn't want to give even a university friend, right, a tarball and tell them, just build it, you can do that, right? At the moment, as KDE, we're providing a lot of binaries that you can just use on your systems that, well, that do exactly that, right? We have, on Flatpak, for example, we have many of the applications on FlatUp. We also have nightly builds of many projects. So if you want to use or you want to tell somebody to use this stable application, you can tell them to use the FlatHub one. If you want to show the feature you've been working on to somebody or something like that, you can tell them to use the nightlies, and that's going to be just fine. Also, they can just remove it or get back to the other version, and that's great too. Similarly, from snaps, snaps have been built with KDE Neon's binaries, and they also basically get you to the application in snap-enabled devices. So yeah, if you're on one of those, that's the way to go. Android and Windows, I think that they are very important platforms, not because, well, the platform itself is very interesting, but because of how many people are using them. Telling somebody, use our technology to reach all of the, for example, Plasma Mobile users we have nowadays. I mean, it's a good thing, and it's something we need to do, but also being able to tell people either that or you can have billions of possible users is also useful. Getting back to the asking somebody to test your application, I could never tell one of my friends test my application unless I change them into using Linux on their phone, which is, well, quite the leap. But if I can tell them just install that on your Android phone, that's a little bit easier. And in general, like most of the things should just work, and it helps a lot. A good example would be Itinerary from Volker there. If you haven't looked at the app, it's quite amazing, and you can already enjoy it, right? Windows as well. We've seen, for example, how Krita has super exploded in the world. I don't think that it would have been even possible to have such a good free software solution if it wasn't because it's well exposed to the massive market of Microsoft Windows. On a slightly different perspective, there's also KDE Neon, which, well, besides also distributing the apps, it's also distributing Plasma. You can install it on your laptop and or your computer, and you can see, well, more or less the vision of how KDE thinks that you could be using your devices. It always ships our latest version. Well, they have several branches, much like we were talking about Flatpak. They have the latest table for everything, or they also have Git builds both for stable branches and for master branches. Now to the future a little bit. We've been working a lot on getting on top of Qt 6. It's being hard work for a lot of our contributors, and we're getting there hopefully soon. There's several technical advantages that we will be able to leverage as soon as we're on there. There's some limitations still. We need to make sure it works. We don't want to have a troublesome transition, but I am quite hopeful that we will get there soon. The fact that we've been adopting Wayland on the desktop level as well, it also, I think, can help well, both KDE and all of us as a community to offer a more compelling story about how good our desktops, our Linux desktops can be. And yeah, now if you have some questions, I think we still have quite a few minutes of questions.
Yeah, there is a question.
Thanks. I was curious if there had to be any new innovation or consideration made for the Steam Deck, since Katie has a nice Plasma desktop there. If you had to do any changes, or maybe not. Maybe everything's just amazing there. Any future plans to improve that, or any call for, like, if you want to write a new you know, flat pack and put it on your Steam Deck, you know.
So there are no big technical differences on the Steam Deck, especially at an app level. The biggest, maybe obvious difference is that the controls are slightly different. Like you have the controls and the buttons are different. You don't get to rely on, I don't know, having a tab button or something like that. We could see into mapping the buttons into like keyboard buttons, which is kind of what we've been doing so far. We've been doing a lot of development, for example, on making certain parts of our UX usable with the arrows, for example, which is what the cross-digital well, thing is. It translates into. These are things that we've been doing. I think that it's maybe a little bit obvious, but then it has been, I would say, necessary. The fact that they have a touchscreen, for example, helped us leverage a lot of the work we did, for example, for Plasma Mobile, and yeah, that has worked great. There are definitely some concepts that we could be using even more from there, but then I think that there's also the question of how people are going to end up using the Plasma modes on there. If what our users end up wanting is to actually like hook it up into a keyboard and a mouse or not, right? Like for example, we did some tests in a company sprint on like having the Plasma Mobile UX on it instead of the Plasma desktop one, and like there were some things that are actually like more comfortable to do, right? Like it's more designed for your fingers and less designed for having a mouse, which effectively the desktop one is. I think that we will see over time. At the moment, though, we've been focused a lot on getting the Wayland experience top-notch. I think that it's, well, what is going to make the biggest leap forward. What I showed yesterday was still on X11. Yeah. There's
all right, another question. Here and then.
I'm very excited about the Plasma Mobile and the Plasma B-Screen projects, but at the moment it doesn't seem that can be used. I mean, there is a Plasma Neon release, very old, where I can run Plasma Mobile on a tablet, on a x86 tablet, but there's no way to run Plasma big screen without compiling it and installing. Are there a timeline when when one can expect to use this technology?
Well, first, I am almost legally obligated to say patches welcome. But yeah, you're right. There's work to be done there. There's been a small switch in how the maintainer of the big screen, for example, has been working, and well, actually in practice on Plasma Mobile as well, where used to be more based on KDE Neon, and now the Manjaro team has been helping us working on the builds for the actual devices. So looking at Manjaro for those two platforms would be a good way for you. From a deployment perspective, both Plasma Mobile and Plasma Big Screen, they are just the same kind of Plasma that the rest of Plasma is, right? So any distro could package those packages and install it. And I'm pretty sure, like, for example, on Big Screen, you could go into like a normal KDE Neon thing, go apt install Plasma Big Screen, and then do your TV thing. Obviously, Manjaro will probably have thought a little bit more about the integration of the services that you need to start, like, for example, to be able to use your TV remote to use the thing, or they do weird things with, cool things with Mycroft, the voice integration system. So that's where we're working. On also Big Screen, the transition into Whale, and I think that it's going to be quite interesting because it allows us to have a little bit more of control over how we interact with the generally low-powered graphics cards that these systems kind of have. But it should be just fine to use, like, to install the images on a Raspberry Pi for Big Screen, and it just works. For Plasma Mobile, a little bit the same. There's a little bit more people working on Plasma Mobile than for Big Screen. So, I mean, that I think it shows you have several images. You have Manjaro there. You have also Postmarket OS that they are pushing some installations for your devices, mainly the PinePhone, which is what is going to like make your life easier. The rest of devices are a little bit less supported, but yeah, it depends a little bit. Getting better, when is gonna get better? They're both community projects, and you can help. You can find people who can help. If you have some problems, if anyone has a problem, feel free to report them, and we will do our best.
One more short question from back here.
Hey, first, thanks for everything, doing KDE and Plasma. It's really, really great to use. So, kinda in the same vein, and the first question, like, in 10 years, where do you see KDE, Plasma, apps? Is there some big vision for the future, or is it mostly incremental improvements, like next version of Qt, extra?
I don't think it's up to me to like have big UX changes for the future. Like, humanity is gonna tell us. It also depends a lot on the hardware. For example, like if we look 10 years back, like saying you're gonna have a big screen and a mobile version would have felt a little bit science fiction. Maybe 10 years, not 20 years, okay? I think that the important part that we need to figure out, and it's just not KDE, but like all of us collectively, is how we can make sure that people can do this for a living, how we don't need to be like, well, struggling poor people to have who has this free software vision, but instead we can, well, just develop it and people supporting their work. I think that this is the next big thing that is going to help us put forward the experience that we're after. We can see for like the case of the Steam Deck, for example, where there is a good business case on the product and where we can be part of the development, that we then have the resources to develop our free software projects for everyone to benefit, not just the one product. So yeah.
This is somewhat of a loaded question, but so speaking of communities, in the last few years, with unification of Flatpak efforts and Snap and co-hosting conferences between GNOME and KDE, and portals kind of unifying an API and trying to work more in the free desktop space, instead of having custom APIs just for KDE, just for GNOME, we're kind of trying to bring it all together to create the free desktop dark mode, free desktop accent colors, and things like that. Do you see are we getting healthier, like as a global community? Like the hard division between KDE and GNOME seems to still there, but I mean, I think from my perspective, things are better. What's your perspective on that?
I mean, I'm certainly more involved today than I was years ago. I am proud and happy that we're doing this. I have been working with several known people on working on Wayland protocols and portals as well. And I don't have big complaints. We could be discussing about details, but I feel like they're details. Yeah, I think we're healthier. We're not very organized. Maybe that would be the big problem, right? Or we're organized through Git, which is something that happens, but I think that it's a fine problem to have. I think we were worse for sure, yes.
All right, that just about wraps it up. Thank you, Aleix. Let's give him a hand. Our next talk is on bottles, and I'm expecting a speaker. All right, several speakers, which is excellent. Come on down. You're the next speakers at LAS. Hey, boppery bop. Nice rainbow colors. Woo. I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy. We have a pair of presenters, and here they go.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Pietro, and I have my friend Francesco here.
Hi.
Today we are presenting you bottles. I heard you already know about it thanks to yesterday. Bottles is a project born in 2017 by the mind of Mirko Brombin, the main maintainer that can be with us today. And we are going to tell you something about it, how it's composed, what it's doing, and in particular we are going through some point, starting from wine itself and how we use it. So, wine is the acronym of, grazie. Wine is the acronym of, maybe it's better this one? No? Okay. Wine is the acronym of, wine is not an emulator. So, it's not an emulator. it's a compatibility layer. Its scope is to convert on the fly Windows API calls to native POSIX calls. What does it mean? We are not having a virtual machine. We are not running a system into a system. We are just running a software. Let's say like that. Wine is not new. It's around since a lot. But despite that, it's missing some patches that brings technologies to run modern software. For example, DXVK, VKD3D, that are used to convert DirectX calls to native calls, to Vulkan calls. And even if, how to say, these patches are existing, and this allowed, in the time, the creation of forks. There are multiple forks of Wine. For example, you may know about Proton, Valve's fork of Wine, that is including those patches to run games. Even if Valve is taking care of Proton, maybe not enough. So you can find multiple versions of Wine with different names. We have, for example, Caffe. It's our version of Proton, built on using GTK, that is an utility to build your custom Wine version, that is including the technologies I just mentioned, plus, for example, Vuetex2 synchronization and more others. So maybe I forgot to go to this one, sorry. So let me give the word to my friend that is going to tell you something about Wine prefixes.
So, Windows software to run requires a Windows-like environment that reproduces a Windows registry and folder structure similar to Windows. These environments are called Wine prefixes, and we can define them as containers. The first time we run software via Wine, a prefix is automatically created and all the programs are run on it. This is not the best type of approach, indeed. It's common to use prefix managers, programs, obviously, that allows you to manage multiple prefixes. Bottles is almost a prefix manager, and obviously, prefixes in bottles are called bottles. Unlike competitors, where usually a prefix is created for each program to avoid the compatibility issues between each between different sorry. Ok. No, lo faccio io. Unlike competitors, where usually
a little applause for Francesco, please.
Thanks. Unlike competitors, where usually a prefix is created for each program to avoid compatibility issues between dependencies, in bottles, the opposite happens. So, the user is allowed to create one or more bottles for use it as an environment for one or more programs. While competitors purely rely on a one program per prefix solution to assure that to assure that the program works on bottles, we added a set of pre-configured environments. Okay. Those configurations are optimized to run a large set of software out of the box without you need to containerize them. So, grazie. Indeed, creating a bottle, we can choose the environment that fits best the type of software we want to install. For example, gaming or application. When selecting gaming, bottles will install and configure a set of common dependencies and the technology to assure compatibility with most gaming. Like Pietro said earlier, VKD3D, Vulkan, no, VKD3D and a layer for translating dialectics calls into Vulkan calls. At any moment, a user can create a custom bottle by selecting the custom environment. In our extreme cases, it's possible to use this environment to create a bottle for a specific software that requires more detailed choices that could break dependency with other software. Here, you can see the versioning. So Pietro will speak about that later. In theory, no. A runner, our version of Caffe or Proton, the version of the XVK, and the architecture of the bottle. Now we'll speak about Bottles UI, so how we made to...
Can I take 1 second?
You want, yeah.
No, you'll do that, but I want to use this screen and that T-shirt of the guy in green that I read before, make apps, not teams. Was yours? Or there was a green T-shirt? Okay. Because we have been complaining about teaming our application. And we support the movement of not teaming everything, but be more standard. I saw you. But be more standard and be more compatible in the end. So, great T-shirt. Please support this idea.
Can I? Okay. Bottles UI is made to be responsive without giving up important features. From the Bottles view, it's possible to manually install and configure the required dependencies. For example, .NET Framework, DirectX, etc. And all the technologies like DVK, DXVK, VKD3D, Latency Flex, and other examples. You can edit the display settings, change the version of Wine, like I said earlier, or any other technology. Maybe, yeah, it's this, yeah. Sì. No, okay. So, okay. We can enable mod like OBS capture for the integration of the source with OBS Studio and a lot of more, much else. So, if bottles want to simplify things, why there are so many settings? On Windows, a program is installed and immediately runs. Like this happens with most Linux software. Instead, in Wine, if you try to run Windows software on a different operating system, despite Wine provides out of the box a lot of compatibility, many requirements are still missing, and unfortunately, may never be implemented due to licensing terms. In Windows, when dependency is missing, like a specific version of .NET Framework or a runtime, it's called, it's installed automatically by the system or by the software developer. In Wine, it's required to identify those dependencies and manually install them. So sometimes applying small tricks to ensure compatibility, like modifying a file or extracting a resource. This process, even if it is simplified by bottles thanks to the dependency system, still requires an input from the users because there are no guaranteed method to automatically identify all the dependencies. But for saying that, the first April tweet, it was already a prank. So.
We told everyone we were sure, absolutely sure, to find all the dependencies for every program you try to run. And we did all the magic in the background. Some people believed it.
So, since the end of 2021, Bottles has grown exponentially. Let's look at some numbers. We went from 6,000 to
600.
sorry, to 2,500 stars in like 6 months. Now we checked earlier. We are.
This is last quarter 2021, first quarter 2022. Updated data for today is 2.8K stars on GitHub. The exponential growth was indeed in this 6-month range, especially end of 2021. We hope to continue like that, of course, and we thank you all our supporters, because probably if you are, well, without probably, if we are here today is thanks to our supporters. So a big shout out to them.
Right now we have 137 contributors on GitHub. We had 76,300 downloads in 6 months on FlatHub, only FlatHub. And on our package, we went on the first 10 packages, first 10 downloaded packages and voted packages. So it's a nice thing. Bottles is translated in 38 languages. So that's not bad. And we have users worldwide. Okay. We as Bottles have a high level of such interaction with users, especially on Twitter, which is our main platform of choices for talking with people.
Yeah, then we are active on Twitter every day and every night, basically. It's our main communication channel with the community. We are happy to see a lot of interaction on it. Probably most of the support comes from it. So it started like a joke on Twitter, but then we seen results and we want to continue on that. But yeah, that's it.
And we have a really nice documentation where we are trying to explain everything and spread information for every user. So everyone can create a dependency or a software or an installer. So it's really nice. And by the time we are adding video tutorials to YouTube, we have a couple of tutorials for like running Cyberpunk 2027 and other programs, and check it.
With the funny music in background, so are nice to see.
Where bottles jump in. So to configure a bottle can be a complex and dangerous procedure. Sometimes in bottles we try to simplify everything as much as possible, like I hope you see, focusing on the user experience. Nowadays, all configuration operations are made via our UI without the need of wine tools, like opening the task manager or configuring display settings, and configuring technologies like the XVK, VKD3D, Latency Flex, and GameScope. And tools like GameMod, MangoAdd, OBS Pure can capture, and many more are one click away. Really, it's a button. In order to simplify installation of more complex software, we introduce installers, a set of instructions read by Bottles to replicate the installation process in an automatic way. These indeed are going to properly set the Bottles configuration, install the dependencies, and apply required modification. Dependencies and installers used by Bottles are hosted in a set of public GitHub repositories where the entire community is welcome to amplify the catalog. Bottles is officially supported as Flatpak that allows users to keep data safe thanks to servers and boxes rules. Shout out to Jorge and Robert for the yesterday talk. Nevertheless, we implemented a second level of security, removing by default the ability to work out Bottles directory. So every program must be run on the Bottles directory.
Yeah, just one more thing, not like the text on the screen, but about Sandbox. If you run the Flatpak version, it's sandboxed by default. Let's say that if you properly set the manifest, you properly build it, it's sandboxed, has access to the directory you're interested in, and that's it. We support some non-Flatpak release, which are supported changes time to time, so don't ask me which are today, because we like to change. But we are using also in a non-Flatpak version some method to isolate your applications. We are not allowing them to go around your system. So the Flatpak version is the most sandboxed one. What we support is our main release method. So if you ask us how to install it, we tell you Flatpak, go on FlatHub, install the Flatpak. If you prefer other methods, there are sandboxing techniques also on other methods.
We have another official method installed, that's Aura. You can find bottles on Arch Linux Aura. Stop.
Okay. So we said everything is nice. It's difficult to manage all this stuff. We needed some management technique, some method to glue all those things together. Bottles managers are born. Bottles managers are small managers talking to each other, taking care of something into bottles. For example, and we built like a brain. I'm not going to say AI because it will be totally false. Don't mix with that. It's a kind of brain because bottles, for each bottle, remembers everything. Remembers the dependencies you need, remembers the programs you install, remembers specific preferences you set on that bottle. So this allows us also to introduce a Git-like tracking of what you've done on your bottle. And we allow you to perform rollbacks to previous state if by mistake something has been broken by a different selection. You changed the runner, you changed the 2, 3, 4, 5 settings together. It's not working anymore, and you say, oh, what I do now? Roll back to previous state. And we keep track of states. So it's not only an undo until the previous one, but to every state you pass it through. Another thing we did, and we have been complaining a lot for that, we removed wine tricks. We are not using it. One thing we didn't say today is that Bottles is written in Python. We built some tool in Bottles itself, plus what we call the Wine Bridge. It's a .NET application released for Windows, run into the prefix through Bottles, and takes care of what usually Wine Tricks does using the debugger. So instead of attaching the debugger of Wine Tricks, we run an application we built that gives us all the information in a quick way. For example, the task manager is not anymore awaiting because the debugger must attach, retrieve the data, and so on. But we run an app that tells which processes are running, and it's a bit faster. Try to believe. So we said, okay, what can we do more? Because every time we reach something, we think to what is then. This is not totally true, because we have already ideas for the next year, basically. And we are trying to understand how to implement all of them. The next one are the layers. So when you create a prefix, you, as we said, create a Windows-like structure with basic files, basic DLLs, Windows registry, and so on. Keeping focus on the technique of one program per prefix, one program per bottle, you create many of them. So you need a lot of space to run many programs. As we said in bottles, we discourage running one prefix per program. We invite you to run multiple programs on the same prefix, on the same bottle, because you have a smooth management of dependencies. This is not always possible, because there are softwares that can't be in the same bottle with other software due to different dependency requirement. So you could break a software to make another one run. The easy way is create another bottle for that software. Can be another gaming or software environment, can be a custom environment. The point is, you need it. This means, again, you are going to require more space. And we say, that's bad. These are costing always more and more, thanks to COVID also. So what we can do about that? We said layers. We are splitting the prefix, dependencies, and software. And we are tracking for each software, what do you need as dependencies? And we recognize common dependencies that are loaded when you need to run the software. So basically, there is one empty prefix. Every time to install a software using our manager, it uses YAML manifests to know what to install, not only as a software, but also as dependencies. So when you install a software that requires a new dependency, the dependency is installed as a separated layer. When you run that program, the layer of the program and the dependency is taken and run. You install a new software that uses the same dependency. The dependency is already present on your PC, so it's not installed again. It's loaded, the new program is installed. In the moment you install a software that has a different dependency used only by that software, that dependency is isolated and loaded only when that program needs to run. And the system manages parallel run of software with different dependencies, because it creates on the fly a fork of the vanilla prefix, we could say, to run the software you need, and uses always less space as possible. This feature is already present in bottles, deactivated on the final build that goes to user, because we are still in development. In debug, it's possible to run it. It's kinda working. It is requiring more evaluation, and we are evaluating the usage of OSTree, for example. The problem is we need support. It's a bit complicated to run all these things, all this magic in a smooth way. So I noticed today there is a talk on OSTree. I'll be a lot interested in it. If you have an idea, if you know OSTree, if you think it's bad to use OSTree and you have other solutions, you are welcome. We are here to listen to you and have a talk about how to properly reach this result. Future plans.
We have many ideas, like AppDB. On AppDB, certified contributors can publish installers. So you know that installer is done the properly way of bottle and is certified by us. The second thing is community-driven, So users can provide feedback to improve installers. And if an app is not working, you can try a suggested alternative on Linux. Like we can provide a Linux alternative valid for that software, or a Windows alternative.
I'll add also a point about using the software database, aka AppDB, about the layers, but in general, how Bottles today works. Bottles is using a set of public repositories on GitHub to retrieve all the YAML manifests of dependencies, installers, and so on. So Bottles itself is already community-driven. Everyone can go on our repositories, open a pull request to add officially a package in meaning of technologies, dependencies, fonts, installers, and so on. We would like to extend that. We would like to run an AppDB, we could say like ProtonDB, where everyone can contribute on identifying applications to run on Linux via Wine, or to suggest alternatives, native alternatives to that application. We all know there are softwares that can't run on Linux, Windows software that can't run on Linux. So how do you choose which alternative to use? Community feedback. So even if an application is not working, you can go there, you will be able to go there and see, okay, other Linux users, what are doing when needing this software? About all the possibilities, which are the best one? So we go to the developer sub. The developer sub helps the porting of Windows software on Linux, helps both in matter of conversion, adapting the code to run on Linux, and if possible, to run through Wine, because maybe there is only some small thing that is not working properly to run on Wine. Again, with the community-driven and with the community support. So with the experience of many developers, not only our experience. We would like to provide some tools. So not only, okay, try to do this thing and check if it works. Nice, but how can you be sure it works? We would like to develop some testing tool that really tells you the result of what you've done. And again, we need help of community. We would like to run on, we know we are running on Steam Deck, but Valve totally ignored our request of having a Steam Deck. I'm in queue for the order. Maybe by the end of the year, they'll ask me to pay my Steam Deck, but I can't have it. So we can't test Bottles on Steam Deck. We have the community that is testing it. We are blindly doing edits to the code, and the community is telling us if it works. So we would like to improve that. We are lucky to have some sponsor and a lot of support. Gitbook provided us the community license along with compliments for what we are doing. They answered to our email excited. that was nice to see. Weblate, JetBrains provided us the full set of software. Linode is giving us servers and increased our bandwidth when we saw that we were a bit scared of where we were going. And Fabricators is a company giving support on the technology side. And we have some plan for the future of Bottles to spread its usage everywhere. There are many ways to support us. First of all, feedback on GitHub and Twitter. if you have ideas, if you can create installers, if you have whatever, simple suggestion, user feedbacks, everything is welcome. And if you can afford it, of course, we accept some funding to keep it up. You can follow us via our website, visit our GitHub, follow us on Twitter. The handle is @usebottles. You can email us if you prefer, but as we said before, Twitter is our favorite communication channel. And I wanted to print t-shirts today to turn back with, by the way, use bottles, but we didn't do it on time. So thanks for being here. If you have any question, Francesco answers.
So let's make Francesco answer.
Yay.
Questions? Not really a question. I don't do not really a question.
I wanted to ask, what do you think about other software like Lutris and Play on Linux?
We were expecting that.
Yeah.
I answer.
Yeah.
Well, different target, first of all. Lutris, Play on Linux, along others, are the target is play games on Linux. They are not only doing that, but it's the target. To be honest, Bottles didn't born for that. Was born for software. Then the community, the main usage is games, but it's it could be expected. So different target, different final objective, but we like to be friends with everyone. We don't really care what you use. Choose what you prefer. Choose what fits better your needs. And we are open to cooperation. We are open to, we are talking about open source. Even if commonly there is hating in open source, we want to be friends with everyone. So they can do their job and keep it up.
All right, another.
Hi, one question is both Bottles and Lutris, as far as I know, if I'm wrong, sorry, don't complete the click and go expectations you would have as a Windows user. Like, I click the executable and it starts. Are there plans like they're like Bottles guessing what prefix would be the best, like 95%, and then it just starts? Maybe I missed it, sorry. That's the verified installers.
Yes.
Ah, nice.
Basically, I don't know if this is working for the remote. Basically, yes. Both softwares are relying on manifests. So there is, as I said, there is no guaranteed way to know what is the requirement. With the time, we could find a way, some method, but manifests as what are needed. So more manifests are available, more software you can click and run, if those are registered. And this is where an AppDB could be a big benefit and requires a big effort to be complete.
All right, thank you.
All right, we got one more question up front here, and then maybe one more.
By the way, congratulations on your success.
Thanks.
You're doing fantastic. My question is, with single applications, you launch it, it's one app, that's fine. But video games, of course, have launchers and Adobe Creative Cloud. You don't just launch Photoshop, you have to launch the Adobe Creative Cloud. and then from that you can launch Photoshop, and it has built-in license management and all that kind of stuff. How does that work with bottles? Like one app that will then run a bottle that then spawns more apps from it.
Well, in truth, the magic is into wine in this case. Our main tested software is the Epic Games Launcher. There is some magic in the background, thanks to wine. When you run the software, it is running in this Windows ecosystem, and when it launches the process, it launches it through wine, so into the prefix. And it takes all the advantages of the prefix. But the first software we test for each release is the Epic Games Launcher, and Mirko loves Overwatch, so the first game that is played is Overwatch. And with our runner, he saw better frame rate than running it directly on Linux. Sorry? He played it because he loves that one too.
The question was whether World of Warcraft would work.
So, yeah.
Oh, one real question back here.
So I didn't quite understand the current state of layers. So in the current state, you said that the layers kind of work, but they are pretty buggy. So it's an experimental feature.
Well, yes, we can say it's buggy. Okay, we can say that. It's experimental, but not really. We have an experimental section in bottles in the settings. It is not even experimental. It is a developer option. So to run them, you have to run bottles in a development environment and let's say unlock the code that is running it. Say it in a simple way.
So
because we launched some experimental feature in the experimental section, that is another story. But the layers right now are keeping track of what happens and are recognizing the files, are moving them, but is not 100% of times going smooth. It's buggy in the end, yes.
So dependencies don't get installed every time for each bottle?
With the layers. Right now, they are installed for each bottle.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's give him a hand. This wraps it up. Thank you both. This wraps up our morning session. It's time to move to lunch. If you signed up for the LAS walking tour, there's the meetup and pre-walk briefing so that we know what we're getting into tomorrow. If you're not doing the walk tomorrow, then it's get your lunch at the bar if you ordered one, and we'll see you back here in about an OpenSUSE. Our favorite OpenSUSE people are upstairs for their OpenSUSE office hour. Join them there. After lunch is the Ambition office hour. All right, it looks like our office is remote and closed. And yeah, so feel free to take a longer lunch. I don't feel qualified to say anything about Ambition. It's a software company. It's part of the Mercedes-Benz Daimler Group, and that's about all. We would like to thank them for their sponsorship. We would offer them a place on the stage in the limelight, and then I would make funny jokes with them, maybe, and we could ask them questions.
And if any of you have questions for them,
Yeah, questions.
we can get you in contact.
Yeah, so if you have, indeed, if you have questions, post them online, post them in the chat, or ask them right now. That would be a little bit weird, but it would work. Because, yeah, they do sponsor LAS, they do support our work, are part of the apps ecosystem, and we're happy to have them as friends. Hey there. I see in the chat that TD Fisher is here from Ambition and hosting the office hours over in the BOF room. Or it might be the BBB. I promise we don't bite. I'm gonna go take a look. I haven't been upstairs yet. All right, for all of our online folks, people watching the stream, the Ambition office hour is in the BOF room, not the main track. So not this one. Hit the other room and ask away. laptop, and this laptop has had so many things stuck into it this week. Next talk in the main room starts at 2 o'clock local time. And it will be about KDE Eco.
Yeah. That's cool.
That was a very good lunch we had from the Smart Lab. I think it was barley or spelt, whole grain barley spelt salad with sun-dried tomatoes, zucchini, eggplant, and I had the vegetarian option, so that had melted cheese.
We were discussing, is it vegetarian if it has cheese? But is vegan would be...
Vegan would discard the cheese for another protein source. Vegetarian. You can argue whether cheese is vegetarian. I don't think this is the right conference to argue about that. Especially... the Dutch have this word flexitarian, which is sort of, I'm a sketchy vegetarian, and I believe that cheese is okay. Hey guys, this conference is for everybody. Everything I say is streamed live. boom, here's MCE. Is there a linguist in the house?
Oh, it's a drop bear. Oh my gosh.
What's their more zoological name, drop bears?
Koala, koala? Drop bears? There's a, yeah, the Ursus arborealis. Ursus otherwise, I can give you the walking mic. The walking mic is always on. Or if you like, I can give you a fancy headset.
No, that's
you can
fancy.
feel like a rock star with it.
No, I think I'll stick with this. I kind of like having to like lean into something. Yeah, that's good. Are we streaming right now? Oh yeah. Everything is.
If any of our attendees happen to know the complete order of the Discworld novels, please post it in chat so that we can put a stop to the acrobatics happening right here in front of the stage. Paging Dr. Britt Yezel. Paging Dr. Britt Yezel. I'm not going to ask if there's a doctor in the house because there's too many of us. Oh yeah. Things are confusing. Sometimes audio is confusing. Pipewire will fix it, though. One minute and 3 seconds. Can we switch the... Gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Welcome back, everyone. It's good to see you recovered from lunch, informed by office hours, etc. After lunch, as our keynote speaker pointed out this morning, after lunch is a tired time, a sleepy time, an energy-conserving time. And that is why we've scheduled Joseph de Veaugh-Geiss right after lunch to talk about energy conservation and what we can do in the free software world to improve it.
Great. Thank you very much. So before we get started, just to say once again, thank you to all the organizers. Before, during, and after the event. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. So yeah, my name is Joseph de Veaugh-Geiss. They say you should get to know your audience. So I'm going to start with just a couple of questions for you all. Who here is a free and open source software developer? So pretty much everyone, and then I'm going to assume the same answer to this question will be yes. Who here is a free and open source software user? Okay, and who here is involved with free software because you believe that user autonomy and transparency are fundamental for a healthy digital society? Okay, pretty much everyone here, good. I have a lot of slides that I'm going to cover today. I may not get through all of them, that's okay. If you want, there's a lot of links and resources that are cited. You can download the slides at our GitLab repository. I will return to this slide at the very end of the talk. So I'm going to start today by thinking about what KDE's vision is. So KDE started, as Aleix pointed out earlier today, about 26 years ago, just celebrated the 25th anniversary in October of 2021. Nowadays, it's much more than just a desktop environment. There are multiple cross-platform apps, international community of developers, and a few years ago, there was discussion in the community of what the vision of KDE is for the future. And this is what the community came up with. So a world in which everyone has control over their digital life and enjoys freedom and privacy. And I want to unpack this phrase just a little bit. with the goal of convincing you in the audience that part of that vision should be extended to enjoying freedom, privacy, and a sustainable future with the responsible use of our shared resources. So the first part of the phrase, a world in which everyone has control over their digital life. At the website, they break down each word, and here they describe the control as we don't want to hand over control to anybody else. KDE wants to put you in the driver's seat. And how are they going to do that? How are we going to do that? We're going to do it by developing free and open source software, free user autonomy, open source transparency, and accessibility for everyone. That's how we achieve control. And as a consequence of free and open source software, we as users and everyone in the world can enjoy freedom and privacy. The website states, without the freedom to make changes and share them, users are entirely reliant on the vendor's benevolence for apparent control. So with non-free software, you might be given options of where to click, but in the end, it's the developers and the companies behind it that are going to decide what actually happens. If you don't like what's happening, you have little choice. Privacy is, transparency is fundamental for privacy. Many of you know Kerckhoffs's principle, the idea that a cryptographic system is only as secure, is secure when all parts of the system are transparent except for the private key. So the user autonomy and transparency are what give us freedom and privacy. And these transparency and user freedom aren't features, they're not offered by the companies, they're inherent to the software itself. The rest of my talk is going to be taking these two pillars of free and open source software, that is transparency and user autonomy, and I want to convince you of a couple of things. First, that it already puts free and open source software at the forefront of sustainable software design. It's not just me saying this. Using the German government Blue Angel eco-label as a benchmark, the award criteria for eco-certifying software recognizes these two values as being critical for sustainable software design. Beyond the eco-certification and compliance with an award criteria, we can do a lot more with free software. You can help, you can measure your application, get an idea of what the energy consumption is of your software. I'm going to talk about that in the second half of the talk, how to do that. I'm going to focus today on desktop software. You can join our sprints. We're going to set up a community lab in May in Berlin. If you are in Berlin or want to come to Berlin, be in touch. You can collaborate with us at our mailing list or a matrix room, among other things, which I'll come back to at the very end. First, to get an idea of what the issues are. So this is a report from October from the Association for Computing Machinery. It's one of the oldest associations of its kind from 1947. And they released a Technology Policy Council report in which they estimate that the ICT sector contributes between 1.8% and 2.8% global greenhouse emissions. As a point of comparison, the global aviation industry is estimated to be about 2.5%, so we're in the same general area. This number is growing. They estimate if nothing is done by 2050, it will be a third of global greenhouse emissions will be coming from the ICT sector. This is from a report from a French nonprofit, which is seeking to minimize our reliance on fossil fuels. This is from 2017, and it's a breakdown of the energy consumption of different aspects of digitization. In this data, they're not calculating transportation and end-of-life processing like recycling. The top right part of the pie chart shows production for TVs, computers, others, and smartphones, so other IoT devices. On the bottom left, we have usage, data centers, networks, and terminals. Terminals is referring to all of our devices, computers, smartphones, TVs, etc. In today's talk, so one thing you'll notice, production is about 45%, or actually it is 45% with these numbers, and usage is 55%, again, not including transportation. In the talk today, I'm only going to refer to things that are relevant for production, so this 45% here, terminals, the 20% here, and I'm gonna make reference to some network energy consumption. I'm not gonna talk about data centers, and as someone asked earlier at lunch, I'm not gonna talk about Bitcoin and the blockchain. Is that number covered in the percentages? It should be, but I actually don't know offhand. I can look that up though and let you know if you talk to me later. And I want to point out the French nonprofit, the Shift project, notes that the two main drivers of the energy consumption in this pie chart is from short lifespan of our devices and videos. So video streaming, video conferences, and this is from 2017, so this probably looks a little different today after the pandemic. So I'm going to talk about three aspects of energy consumption today. Energy efficiency, which is referring to having the same result but requiring less from the hardware. I'm also going to talk about energy conservation, that is eliminating unnecessary processes that require energy. And energy sources, maximizing renewable energy sources. So here is a bar plot from the German Environment Agency comparing different software products in terms of their energy consumption when doing the same thing. I'm not gonna look at the right part of the plot. I'm only gonna focus on these two bar plots here. This is comparing two word processors, again, doing the exact same thing. As you can see from the plot, word processor 1, this light green plot, consumes 4 times the energy than word processor 2 to achieve the same result. They don't publish the names of the software products that the word processor 1 is and word processor 2 is. They do, in the Blue Angel award criteria, define software bloat, and I think it's good to think about in terms of these numbers, as the availability of more and more powerful hardware has resulted in software becoming more and more bloated from version to version, so that more resources are required for only minimal or even no enhancement of the functionality. And I think this quantifies that. Yep.
When it's the same task, is that same end result or same time to end result as well?
It's at the same exact time to the end result. So these are based on what are called standard usage scenarios, which I will talk about a little bit in the second half of the talk in how to measure energy consumption of desktop software, where you emulate a user's behavior representing typical functions that a user might do, and you do it 30 times and then do some statistics on those numbers. So when growing up, I was always taught to think, when it came to ecological issues, think global, act local. And I wanted to use this example from it's from an online course. This is from Detloff Toms. The title is Sustainable Programming at SAP. And I adapted it a little bit to fit this context. So this is an example of what I'm calling acting locally, so in the European Union context for the people who are based out of the EU. Of course, local might be different for different people here. So in this example, it's claimed that, okay, so we're gonna look at the yearly savings for one worker when saving just one CPU second on a process. The estimation is that one CPU second reduction would mean a 10 watt second reduction per transaction. And if you imagine 20 transactions per day for 230 work days, this is about 46,000 watt second savings. Okay, this isn't very much for an individual. I think it's about 15 minutes of a 50-watt light bulb. The thing about software, though, is that these numbers are quickly multiplied. So in the EU context, where there's about 500 million people, it's a little less than that today, but these are easy numbers to work with. And it's estimated that 2% of users use GNU Linux in the market share of desktop software. And just for the sake of thinking about the numbers and making it concrete, let's imagine that a fourth of them are using Ocular, the PDF reader. I'm not saying that is the actual number, I'm just using that as an example. That would equal, in the EU alone, 2.5 million users, which would be about 32 megawatt hours of savings. This is for one CPU second reduction, okay? Those numbers, get an idea of what that means. I looked up online what 1 megawatt hour is equivalent to, and I found that it's about 6,000 kilometers with an electric vehicle. 32 megawatt hours would be like a trip from Paris to Beijing in an electronic vehicle and back 11 times. Okay, so these numbers quickly add up, and this is only in the context of the EU. If I can convince 300 Linux App Summit developers here and online to achieve 10 of those optimizations, we're talking about 96,000 megawatt hours, which would be roughly the annual power consumption of a 30,000 two-person households, okay, the size of a small city. Okay, so that's the context of energy efficiency. I'm going to come back to this in a minute. Thinking of energy processes, so energy conservation. I'm going to talk about this in two parts. This is from a presentation at the CCC in 2019 from Marina Köhn and Eva Kern. And they're presenting some of the research that actually is the foundation for the Blue Angel eco label. It's a great talk if you want to check it out. I'm gonna, again, looking at two word processors here. I'm gonna focus on everything that happens after this red line. This red line is the point at which a document is saved in the text editor. What you can see here is that there's a bump in the energy consumption for this text editor, and then it goes idle. It's not doing anything beyond what it's been asked to do. If you compare that to the other text editor, there's a bump, and then it continues doing things. What it's doing is not clear. Is it telemetry? Are there other things happening in the background? One of the questions would be, is this necessary for the functionality of the software? Do users have a choice if this is happening or not? Okay, the second part that I'm going to talk about in terms of energy conservation is in terms of software-driven hardware obsolescence. So some of you may have had this happen since you're Linux users, maybe not to you, but to family members or friends, where they're being pushed to an update for perhaps even a laptop that's not that old, and they're given the warning that this device doesn't meet minimum system requirements. And they're confronted with the question, do I continue using this laptop with potentially an out-of-date operating system, or do I buy a new one? Also, this is very common. Device is no longer supported. You no longer get security updates for that device, rendering this hardware obsolete. The result is that you have new devices produced and shipped unnecessarily, and functioning devices discarded as e-waste. Remember, the energy consumption of the digital infrastructure was about 45% of the total energy consumption in that pie chart. This is a big part of that. For many of these devices, the production and transportation, the energy consumption for the production and transportation of the devices far exceeds the usage of the device itself. Many of you probably know this. This is the waste electrical and electronic equipment person, the WE person. It's a statue made out of discarded electronic equipment representing the waste from an average UK citizen's lifetime. It's 7 meters tall and is 3.3 tons. And the final thing I'm going to talk about today are energy sources. This is a representation of energy supply on the y-axis and time of day on the x-axis. You can see there's a base load of energy that's supplied by renewable energy sources. By the way, you can get data like this for Europe, and I'm sure for other places as well, from this link here. You can see that at certain times of day, there's more energy being supplied by renewable sources, meaning a reduction in CO2 emissions, than at other times of day. I just want to point out that there is on the south wall of this building, it's all photovoltaic cells, and they are actually generating energy in this building. You can see some data at the entrance when you walk in. I also wanted to point out, I forgot to do this, that there's actually an exhibit, a photography exhibit here in Rovereto. I only happened to see it yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to see it, about the ecological and social costs of the mining that's needed to produce electronic devices. So if you're here for a couple of days, it goes until the 10th of May in the city center of Rovereto. Might be worth checking out. Okay, so efficiency, conservation sources, what about FOSS? So far I've only talked about the problems, now let's get to where free and open source software fits into this picture. So I'm gonna start with the observation that FOSS is inherently socially oriented and empowers users and communities through user autonomy and transparency being inherent to it. And given this, the user autonomy and transparency, we are empowered to find new and creative ways to improve software sustainability for this and future generations and future species, or not future species, for species in the future. So hopefully that, the GNUs and the penguins and the geckos are not just cute logos for great software, but are still animals that we can see and have a part of our ecosystem in the future. So, transparency. So one of the things I want to emphasize here is extending the idea of transparency from the source code to also the energy consumption. This is one of the goals of the Blue Angel, that if you are compliant with the Eco Certification Award criteria, you are transparent about how much energy your software consumes. This is the first step for anything that we want to do in terms of energy efficiency. We need to know how much energy our software is consuming. Once we know how much energy we're consuming, first users are informed and are able to make choices. If I know that the word processors that I'm using have a difference of 4 times the energy when using it, I might choose the ecologically friendly software. And I can only do that once I know what the numbers are. As developers, once you have these numbers, you can think about how you can drive down the energy consumption of the software you're developing. Efficiency, I just want to point out, can also come in many forms. There's a nice example from just a couple of weeks ago from KDE. The e-learning software, G-Compris, so they wanted to increase the resolution of the images they use. It's a very image-based software. They discovered that if they changed the formats of the images they were using from JPEG and PNG to WebP, they were able to increase the resolution and increase the data efficiency. So their application was reduced in size by 30% just by this one change. This has also a direct influence on energy consumption when you think about the download, the internet energy consumption of the infrastructure needed to download the software is going to be reduced the smaller it is. And for people who are using this software in places where internet connections aren't great, it makes it easier to then access. This is one of the main developers that wrote about this on the KDE Eco blog, which if you're interested, you can go check it out. So I said, we can act local, and I gave this example that ended up with a 30,000 two-person household energy savings in the EU. Of course, the EU is one part of the world, and what's nice about software is that you can act local and you can act global. Software is used everywhere. With those changes, this 1 CPU second with 300 developers, et cetera, you can multiply that by 16 times the energy savings globally. That's about the size of Liverpool in terms of this 30,000 two-person households multiplied by 16. So that's a city of energy savings that we can do as free software developers. And we can push a global conversation. One of the nice things about having an official eco label is that we're now pushing other developers to think about being transparent about the energy consumption of their software. So if we start measuring our software and publishing and making this a part of software development, we can then hopefully force other people to start thinking about these things and also publishing their data. Going back to these unnecessary processes. So we don't know which software products these are. If this were free software, or if it's free software, we could change this. We can look at the source code, see what it's doing after it saves, and remove those processes, or at least give users the option to opt out, or better yet, to have it off by default and have users opt in. That's the official policy of KDE. No telemetry is done without users actually saying they want it to be done. Right? This has effects in the energy consumption of the software we're using. And finally, this is one aspect of this talk is that free and open source software is already at the forefront of sustainable software design. We take this for granted. I think probably many of you in here use devices that are beyond the software life of the official developers. I know talking with one of the developers here for smartphone apps using a device that's over 7 years old. This is definitely in the general population an exception, but I think in the free and open source software community, this is quite common. We can give users a choice to continue using their hardware if they want. This can have huge effects on the energy consumption of producing and transporting devices unnecessarily. And we can demand more, and I would say we must demand more. Last week on Wednesday, there was an open letter that was published from the Upcycling Android project of the Free Software Foundation Europe. KDE is one of the signatories, as are several other projects. It would be great if every project here was a signatory on this open letter, demanding that users have the right to choose operating systems and software running on their devices. Right? This can have huge effects when you have the hardware locked down. You don't have a choice. If we can open this up, then users are given real choice. By doing so, maybe we can, my graphic design skills are not that great. Maybe we can shrink the Wii statue and make it, instead of 7 meters tall, make it much smaller. And then finally, when thinking about that certain times of day offer opportunities to maximize renewable energy sources, we can think about shiftable tasks. So I hadn't thought of this, but we were talking at lunch today about a lot of academic research can run very computationally expensive models. Things like that can be maybe moved to certain times of day to maximize use of energy resources. For us as FOSS users and developers, perhaps we can think about how we incorporate information that's available about energy sources into shiftable tasks like updates. If we can move updates to certain times of day or encourage people to do it at certain times of day, perhaps we're minimizing our CO2 emissions when doing those tasks. So I mentioned that free and open source software, the values of free and open source software of transparency and user autonomy are now officially recognized as being critical for sustainable software design. The German Environment Agency, or Umweltbundesamt, through the Blue Angel Eco label, has officially recognized these values as being fundamental. This has been the inspiration for the KDE Eco Initiative, which is made up of 2 projects, the Free and Open Source Energy Efficiency Project and the Blaue Engel for FOSS project. The Free and Open Source Energy Efficiency Project is about energy measuring energy consumption, among other things. I want to point out, although this is in the KDE tent, this is a free and open source software oriented project. We want to get as many FOSS projects involved as possible. The Blaue Engel for FOSS is more specifically related to the Blue Angel Eco Certification. That's the project that I'm working for, which is a government-funded project, and that's what I'm going to spend the rest of the talk talking about. Who here knows the Blue Angel? And maybe I can ask, what do you know it for? So toilet paper was the answer. So most commonly in the context of Germany, people know the Blue Angel because it's certified paper products, in particular toilet paper products. I actually thought about starting this talk about who knows what toilet paper and software have in common. They have in common that they're both now potentially eco-certified by the Blue Angel. The Blue Angel is the oldest eco-label in the world. 1978 is when it began, and it is internationally recognized, and it's backed by the German government. They certify many products. As of 2020, they now certify desktop software. They want to expand into other areas like mobile software and distributed energy consumption like client-server software and other sort of peer-to-peer networks. The eco-label is made up of 3 different categories. Resource and energy efficiency, when you think back to those bar plots where one had 4 times the energy consumption, that's what they're referring to here. Potential hardware operating life, you have to meet a minimum requirement of supporting devices at least 5 years, which is nothing. I think that could be much higher, personally. And user autonomy criteria, which gives users the ability to influence the factors that drive up energy consumption. I'm gonna look at that in a bit more detail. Before going into each of these, I just wanna point out, FOSS has a real advantage given this emphasis on user autonomy and hardware operating life. Everything below this bright red text here saying that criteria FOSS is already fulfilling. We just need documentation. Free and open source software already does most of these things. Support for energy saving modes, that's just documentation of the minimum system requirements. We run on, most of our software runs on hardware that's at least 5 years old. Then the user autonomy criteria, which is perhaps the most interesting, things like, can you uninstall the software? This, again, we might take this completely for granted. Not all software can be uninstalled on a device. Modularity, can you only install what you need and not more? Documentation of support for open standards, privacy policies, things like this. Transparency is a big part of it. Are the APIs depend on open standards? If you discontinue support for that software, will you open source it so other people can continue support of it? If you want to be certified, you have to fulfill that criteria, or at least have some sort of plan for after the life cycle of that software. Will there be continuity of support, security updates, et cetera? Does it run offline? And can users opt out of advertisement and things like this? To get the Blue Angel, you have to fulfill these. FOSS has a clear advantage here. So the rest of my talk, since I think the rest of that is pretty much a given, is going to be focused on hardware performance and energy consumption. And there are basically 3 steps, given that we already fulfill so much of the criteria because we're free and open source. The 3 steps are measure, analyze, and certify to give it a nice, catchy 3-step process. This is a graph from our Season of KDE student who worked on the standard usage scenarios. So measuring means you have to develop a usage scenario representing typical use of the software. Analyze, use a tool like OSCAR. It's the open source software consumption analysis in R tool developed by the Umweltcampus. And then fulfill the documentation and then eco-certify your software. So the lab setup it looks like this. Here we have the system that we're testing. And if you want to do Blue Angel eco-certification, they have recommendations for which operating systems to use. If you want to do it on free and open source software operating system, Ubuntu is what's recommended. This is connected to an external power meter, as well as another device that's collecting the data and is then used for the analysis. Power meters can get very expensive. The one that's recommended by the Blue Angel is about 300, 350 euro. Talking with Volker earlier, there are power meters that are way more expensive than that. Volker has hacked a cheap power plug to act as a power meter, and he's written about it on his blog. If you're interested in setting up a home lab, this scales very easily. The power plugs cost about 8 euro, 10 euro, and you can get a resolution of about a measurement every 200 milliseconds, so about 5 measurements per second. A professional power meter gets about 1,000 measurements per second, but doesn't give you a lower time resolution, at least the ones that are recommended that we are planning to use also in our lab. So here's an example of a power meter, the Gouda Expert Power Control. Also collect data about hardware performance. So a free and open source software tool would be Collectal, which can do this. And it collects CPU, memory, disk, and network data. CPU is actually a very good indicator of power consumption. They correlate very nicely. And there are 3 scenarios that need to be measured. A baseline mode, which is the operating system when it's on, not doing anything. Idle mode, which would be opening the software that you want to test, but not doing anything with that software to see what the base consumption is of that software. And then the standard usage scenario, which is emulating user behavior. Standard usage scenarios, as I've already mentioned, should represent typical and frequent functions. There are various emulation tools that are available. The one that's quite popular right now in the KDE Eco community is XDoTool. This is for X11. Using XDoTool in a bash script can emulate user behavior. Acciona is a more click and point based emulation tool, which will work well if you're using the exact same pixel coordinates. If you change resolutions or monitors, then you have problems. GNU XNI was tested by our Season of KDE student, Karanjot Singh. You can read about it on his blog post. David Herka, a KDE community member, has also provided an overview of tools, which is available at our GitLab repository. And just a note that currently these are freely selected actions. It may be in the future that they standardize these, but at this time, you can choose what actions you want to represent. You have to be transparent about it and publish it, of course. Analysis, there's this tool that's already available, developed by the Umweltcampus. You need a log file of actions, energy consumption data, hardware performance. You upload it. You get a nice graph of the results. This is for Kmail. These spikes here are, for example, when sending an email. You have a spike in the power consumption. And you need to do it many times in order to get valid statistical results. So you're not just getting noise, but you can get an idea of the signal. Right? So once you've done those measurement and analysis steps, the rest is just documentation, and then you can submit and certify your software. We're very proud to announce that Albert's work on Ocular and the other Ocular developers have been officially recognized for ecological software design. Yeah, that's a round of applause. So this was in February. We made the official announcement in March. It actually opened up some nice channels to talk about free software and sustainability. It was reported in various places at the university, the Umweltcampus, the German newspaper, Taz, FSFE, of course, Netzpolitik, Linux Magazine, Hacker News, and then there's a magazine called Transform that's going to have an article about it. Perhaps more once we have the official Umweltbundesamt event, where politicians will shake developers' hands and have photos taken. We have other software from KDE that's been measured and analyzed, and we're preparing applications for Kmail. Krita has been measured. We want to have a measure-a-thon to measure G-Compris, Kate, and if you have a project that you want to measure, please be in touch. We would love to include you in our measure-a-thon. And I'm going to skip over this so that we have time to talk quickly, but I just want to mention that we're setting up a measurement lab on May 21st. Everyone's invited to join us. If you're in Berlin, if you're not in Berlin, and you want to join, please be in touch. Perhaps we have funds to support you. And eventually we want to have an upload portal. This is the grand vision, where people can upload their software, upload their usage scenario, and then get a report automatically. We need people to help us develop these tools. If you're interested in the topic, please be in touch. There's many ways to get involved, and we would love to have you involved. So I'm going to stop there, so there's a few minutes for questions.
We do have 2 minutes for questions.
Just very briefly, one of the main problems I've seen with certification and open source is that certification typically picks one commit. Like how do you deal with this?
That's a very good question, and this is one of the things that the criteria is pretty unclear about how to deal with this for especially free and open source software projects where you have regular commits. At the moment, so we don't have a clear idea of how to deal with this. You are supposed to re-measure your software with updates, and there is a requirement that it can't increase in energy consumption by 10% from the time that it was certified. There is no clear way that this is supposed to be dealt with at the moment. So I don't have a good answer for that question, but it's a very good question, and it's something that for the new criteria that they want to revise for software, that if people here are interested in this and you want to give feedback to the Umweltbundesamt, they want feedback. How do we deal with this question when it comes to free and open source software?
Other questions? Yes, right there.
This is not a real question, but I think it's important anyway. A couple of considerations. The graph you showed earlier about the production of renewable energy, it can be misleading because there is no direct connection of timetable and projection, because you can actually lower the power consumption during the night instead of the day because of very complicated matter that we can discuss in another place. And another question is, you don't really have, I think, measurement tools, because there are many other ways to measure the estimate the power consumption from the CPU load and disk load. You can estimate the consumption with that, and with that aim, you can probably develop some tools to measure your application without having to have an actual power meter at hand, and that, I think, should be a good approximation for your optimization of your apps, and really much feasible, much more doable for anyone. And for users to measure, because you can have the much more feedback if users can measure the power consumption and commit their results. So this is just a suggestion to how to do that in another way.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Do you agree?
Yeah. I don't know. Just a very quick response, just to say that software-based tools are definitely worth using. They are estimates, and I understand that they're not as precise as what you can get with an external power meter, but absolutely. And there are other indicators, things like CPU usage. If you look at power consumption and CPU usage, they really are very correlated. So unfortunately, if there's other questions, I think it'll have to be done in the break, and I would love to talk with any of you if you're interested, so please approach me. I'm a pretty nice guy most of the time, so please.
Doesn't bite, is energy efficient. What more can we say? Give him a hand.
I've got a little.
Yeah, we're of course available for chat in the hallway tracks. We're moving on to Toolbx, and there's our next speaker. Great to have you. All right, there we go. Our next speaker, Debarshi.
Yeah.
And that's
Hello.
live. All mics are live.
Hello. Good afternoon and welcome to my talk. I'm going to be talking about something called Toolbx and how it's going to help you write applications on something called OSTree-based operating systems. We'll look into what they are. So my name is Debarshi. I go as Rishi on various places online, IRC, email, here and there. I work for the Red Hat desktop team. These days I work a lot on Silverblue, Fedora Workstation. I've also been working on GNOME for a long while and also Flatpak. So what's an OSTree-based operating system? So that's the website for OSTree if you want to look it up for further documentation. But in short, it's basically, let's call it the next generation of Linux-based operating systems. These kind of operating systems, they promise robust upgrades, which means that if you pull out the power cable in the middle of an upgrade or a DNF or apt-get transaction, nothing really will blow up. And if an upgrade or an update screws up or something goes wrong, like, I don't know, like your laptop stops to suspend or something, or your browser doesn't work quite the way it used to work, it's very easy to roll back. Easy enough that a non-technical user wouldn't be wouldn't find it puzzling. It should be super simple. And in some sense, the operating system is separate from applications, which usually wasn't the case. So if you have been using something like, I don't know, like a standard distribution like Fedora Workstation, Debian, Ubuntu, whatever, usually, no, this is changing these days. Usually if you want to get a new version of LibreOffice, you usually have to upgrade to a new Fedora or if you want a new, I don't know, like a new gedit or something, or a new PDF reader, you usually have to upgrade your operating system to something new. So when the operating system is separate from the applications, it's kind of like your phone. So there's a lot more flexibility on what version of LibreOffice can run on which version of Fedora or Debian or Ubuntu and so on, which is obviously very useful because like upgrading your entire operating system can be a bit messy. You're afraid of I don't know, screwing up the partitioning, losing data. It's just a time-consuming process. You lose all your applications. You have to get them back, and so on and so forth. So this is kind of nice. And so the part in which this OSTree thing comes in is that the operating system is an image. It's called an OSTree image. It's kind of like, OSTree is kind of like Git, but for a whole bunch of binaries. So your operating system is an image that's a bit hard to modify, which, I mean, we'll look at what that really means. And what happens is that each change to this image is like a commit, like in terms of source code, you will have a commit in your Git repository. So the OSTree repository is basically a bunch of commits to the operating system image, like as it has evolved after the initial release. So every upgrade is like you pull in a new commit, and for developers it's actually quite nice because if you realize that a bug has crept into a commit, you can sort of go back and forth through those commits to sort of easily bisect the whole operating system, which kind of is difficult because usually we bisect on a single Git repository, but often bugs kind of like span across different Git repositories, and it's just very hard to track them down. And then finally, the applications on these systems are usually Flatpaks, like the graphical applications, they are usually Flatpaks. So that was like a theoretical, like a very brief and loose explanation of what is an OSTree-based OS. So to be a bit more concrete, here are some examples that you can actually use today. So I think it's safe to say that the oldest of them has been this thing called the GNOME OS. It has gone by different names. It's the name GNOME OS is a bit controversial, or it used to be controversial. So I think this was the oldest OSTree-based operating system out there. Like I remember it was already up and running in 2012, maybe even earlier. So it's basically a nightly build of GNOME. Like every time you commit to something, to GNOME or to the software components that sit below it, like let's say Mesa or the Linux kernel or glibc or Mutter or GNOME shell and so on and so forth, like glib, GTK, the core apps. And what happens is that right from those Git commits, it builds a new operating system image, and it's uploaded somewhere as a VM image that you could download and run it. And it's an OSTree image, so you can like go back and forth and use the OS like it's yeah. And these days it has moved to a much more polished website, os.gnome.org. Earlier it used to be called GNOME Continuous. Nowadays we call it GNOME OS, but I mean it's basically the same thing. And then there's of course Endless OS. You can try it out. It's a more user-facing thing, whereas GNOME OS is more like a reference build for developers or designers to see how the new releases are going to look like or to debug and so on. Whereas Endless OS is a more user-facing thing, which is more like a polished product. But it's also an OSTree-based operating system. And then finally, of course, you have like the next generation Fedora variants. So there's Silverblue, and then there's Kinoite, which is Silverblue is the next generation Fedora workstation. Kinoite is the next generation Fedora KDE spin, and they are both OSTree-based operating systems. Kinoite is the younger of the two, but it came out with the Fedora 35 release. Silverblue is a bit older. I think I don't remember when it came out, but I was already using it with Fedora 28, I believe. So if you take a close look at these OSs, like if you have them on your laptop or in a VM, in the case of the Fedora ones, you will soon realize that there is no DNF, for example. And you will also notice that the /usr partition is mounted read-only, which are a bit unusual because usually when you install Fedora, you expect to have DNF. That's how you do DNF install, blah, 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 DNF update. And usually the /usr is writable, even though it's only writable by root perhaps, but it's still writable, so you can install new things into it. That's how DNF would work. But both those things are not true in this case. So soon enough, like if you're a developer or if you work on, I mean, even if you work as a designer or something, like I guess that holds true for most of us in the room. If you're a contributor of some sort, you soon realize that it's kind of difficult to set up a development environment because I mean, you can't really install much. You don't have really DNF. I mean, of course, you can compile everything from source. That's of course a possibility, like in a prefix using gh-build or something. But I mean, how do you get your compilers and stuff, right? I mean, we usually don't compile those from source. So yeah, like how do you get your compilers, debuggers, editors? Like, I mean, do you compile your Emacs from source or Vim from source? Not really, right? And so on. So to give an even more concrete example, like this is a screenshot of the terminal running on a Silverblue machine, laptop. So the first line you see that it's actually a Fedora like operating system, Fedora 35. Then you see that there's no DNF in there, right? And then you see that there's this weird thing called RPM OSTree, and it spits out some weird, unusual things. So first you see that there's a hash, and there's some kind of strange version number, and so on. So this kind of makes my point. I mean, we'll come back to what RPM OSTree really is, although it's not that really crucial for our talk today, but just to give an idea of what it really looks like. So at this point, what do you really do if you are like a technical user or you want to write programs or things like that? So first option, of course, is you can use GNOME Builder as a Flatpak. It's a great idea. It's an IDE for those who may not be aware. Like it's basically an IDE for doing GNOME-based applications, graphical applications, and it's great. And there are many ways to describe what GNOME Builder is. It's really a fantastic piece of application. But for our talk, I would say that it's what I would call a container native IDE. So what it really means is that GNOME Builder is very container aware in various ways. So first, it can be installed in a container, like for example, a Flatpak, which is also a container. Then the second thing is that it's able to set up a development environment inside a container, which can be a Flatpak SDK, which is probably the most what a lot of people do. Like if you went to the bottle stock, they were talking about like delivering their application as a Flatpak. So that's what you would do. Or it's also possible to have your SDK in a Podman container, like which is more like an OCI container, similar to Docker. So that's the second way in which it's container aware. And the third is that you can, of course, build your application as a final, like a containerized thing. Usually it's a Flatpak. So you get your ID in a container, your development environment is already, can be in some kind of container, and your final output can also be a container. So in this way, GNOME Builder is very like container aware, or container native is what Christian Hergert once used, so I stick to that terminology. Christian Hergert is the author of GNOME Builder, so yeah. So, but that's great if you're writing on if you're working on a graphical application, I mean, which a lot of us probably are, and that's wonderful. But what if you're working on plumbing? Like, I mean, a lot of us, we don't just write applications. We also end up working on the plumbing, which means working on, I don't know, from everything from Mesa to dbus, sometimes even the kernel, to GTK, glib, or I mean, I'm a bit biased towards GNOME because that's what I work and use for a long time, but this also applies to other platforms, you know, Qt, Plasma. Like, so what if you are working on all those things and not just on an application? So then things are a bit more, tend to get a bit messier. And then it's just kind of like a reality that lots of development tools are not really available as Flatpak runtime extensions, which is how, like Flatpak runtime extensions are the way how you kind of add extra things to your standard runtime. But I mean, if you want weird debugging tools, or I mean, I don't know, if you're using Ruby and you want this particular Ruby some tool for I don't know, like to measure the performance or something, whatever. Like all those things are usually not available as a Flatpak runtime extension. Like it's just a historical fact that they tend to be available as distribution packages, mostly because distro packages have been around for so long and they're just vastly better known, and that's how it is. So at this point, as a developer, you're kind of like stuck, like because even though this idea of an OSTree-based operating system sounds great, I mean, you have robust upgrades, fearless upgrades, and rollbacks and everything. You can't really get your work done, and so it's kind of hard to dog food. Like you can't really use your own thing that you expect users to use, and which is, I mean, always like a really bad situation to be in. And then this was just GNOME Builder and like plumbing and such. And so what about other IDEs? Like if you look at IDEs like Visual Studio Code and stuff, they are not that container native by default. I mean, they are a bit free form. You can have plugins and this and that, and you can have build scripts and all that to pretty much do what you want. But they are not quite like set up to be container native as GNOME Builder is. And then what if you just don't use IDEs? Like you mean, what if you are an Emacs Vim, or I mean, like you're like a old school command line kind of person, and there's nothing wrong with being like that. So at this point, if you look at Fedora Silverblue, you realize that there's this thing called RPM OSTree. We saw a brief screenshot before. So with RPM OSTree, what you can do is something called package layering. So the idea is that, let's say you want to install strace just to like figure out what's going wrong with, I don't know, some random process on your operating system. So what happens is when you do RPM OSTree install strace, it will pull in the strace RPM and its dependencies, and then locally recreate a new OSTree image. So it will like add whatever is necessary for strace to your default OSTree image, and then like create another image from it. So it's kind of like having a Git, like a private branch in Git sort of, which you keep rebasing as the upstream branch keeps going forward. So this is a possibility. But the problem with OSTree, which I didn't mention before, or I don't know, let's say, like it's a characteristic it has. I don't know if it's a problem or a benefit. That's up to you. Really depends. So is that like every time you pull in a new OSTree image, or whether it is from like the Fedora repositories or the Endless or the GNOME repositories, or whether you build it locally using RPM OSTree, you have a new OSTree image, and you really need to reboot into that image. And this is kind of like a fallout from the fact that upgrades are robust, because what happens is like normally with DNF or apt-get, you kind of upgrade in place. So if suddenly the upgrade gets aborted very abruptly, your system can be left in an undefined state. Whereas here, what happens is that the image is pulled in to the side. So even if you pull out the power cord or the internet cable, nothing really happens. Like it doesn't touch the image that you're running. So that's the good part of it, the robust, fearless upgrades kind of thing. But this need to reboot can become really annoying, because if you are like trying to install development headers or your debugger or this or that, and you're probably pretty frustrated at the middle of the night, something is not working the way you expect. And I mean, having to reboot every time can be like really annoying. And then there's the other thing, that too much of this thing tends to like take away some of the benefits of an OSTree-based based operating system, because one of the big things of having an OSTree-based OS is that that OS image tends to be really small and minimal, which means that it's really easy to QE it, like test it, and you have a very well-defined image that that you know how it looks like, and you can test it. Whereas every time the user locally adds more things to it, the nature of that image kind of changes. And this used to be a real problem in the past, because like let's say RPM packages used to have something called RPM scriptlets. So those scripts would run as part of the DNF transaction, and so the outcome from those scripts might not always be as you would expect. Like there could be bugs in the scriptlet or bugs elsewhere, and so you don't really know. So you don't really know what the user is running, like exactly bit for bit, which in a bug tracker, like everybody who has looked at a bug tracker, like it gets really confusing, because bugs never reproduce on your system. The user is frustrated. It's just nobody knows. So having that OSTree image as minimal and as untouched as possible has a real benefit, because that image has a hash. If you ask the user which hash they're running, if it matches with a known hash, you have like a starting point for your debugging session for that bug. And these things kind of get lost as you layer on more packages and so on. So this is the problem where you are. This is this is the usual situation which you face when you install like an OSTree-based system, whether it's Silverblue or something else. So this is where Toolbx comes in. So the first thing to notice is that we have a logo, which means we are a serious project. And the next thing to realize is that we have a strangely worded name which doesn't exactly look the way we pronounce it, because we dropped the O from the second last character. And the idea is that we have done it with Flatpak, where we took away the C before the K. So apparently we are going to continue taking away the second last character. Yeah, it's a secret. So the next thing to notice is that we have a website, but so the idea is that Toolbx makes it really trivial to get a mutable package-based development environment, like the kind of thing we were used to for so long on a Linux operating system. You have your packages, Debian packages or RPM packages, you have your apt-get, DNF, whatever. And it does it by being somewhat decoupled from the operating system. We will see how, but that's the basic promise. Like once you find yourself in this like quagmire with an OSTree-based environment, this is what it promises: that it's going to let you create a mutable package-based development environment, and it's going to be somewhat or somehow decoupled from the operating system. And formally, it was called Toolbx with an O. but I mean, it's a terribly generic name, and various people have their implementations of Toolbx, and actually historically the CoreOS GitHub organization had a CoreOS Toolbx, and it's just a too generic a name. And actually before that, we had solved that problem of being generic by adding the Fedora name in front of it to somewhat namespace it, because it was pretty much like an experiment. Like we didn't really know what we were doing. We knew that we had a problem to solve, and we were mostly experimenting. So we thought like Toolbx is a generic name. We'll stick Fedora in front of it, and we'll see where it goes, and then we'll figure it out. I mean, it's just an experiment. But soon, like too many people started using it. I mean, it didn't even have a Git repository in the beginning. It was just like a file on my local disk, and I was emailing it around, and then too many people were using it, and then there was just this enormous pressure to like call it something generic, because people wanted to use outside Fedora, and there was really nothing Fedora specific to it, other than it being something that solves a problem that Fedora faced. So we dropped sort of the Fedora prefix. We ended up with Toolbx, which was even more generic. And then user base kept growing, and it's basically the problem of like we didn't really expect it to be so like, widely used, honestly. So then, yeah, we kind of renamed it to something a bit more easy to search for, and so on. So going back to our example, like this is again a terminal running on a Silverblue system. So now the second line, you see that it's again Fedora release 35, so it's again Fedora 35. But now you see that there are these purple or pink, depending on the color. You see like a hexagon prefixed to the prompt. And then you see that there is DNF there, and you can install something with DNF. So this suddenly looks very like the usual command line that we were used to. And if you haven't guessed what that pink or purple hexagon is, it basically shows that you are inside a Toolbx container. And there are like there are various discussions and requests to have I don't know, like better identifiers or different identifiers, or because but this is an identifier that kind of shows that the prompt is not your host prompt. So this is basically what Toolbx gives you in a single screenshot, pretty much. I mean, I'll go on about a few other things, but this is basically the idea. So first of all, like maybe you have guessed, so there's something going on with containers, like everywhere these days. So Toolbx is basically using containers to. This is how the development environment is sort of separate from the operating system that you're running. And we are basically using OCI containers, or this thing called Open Containers Initiative. It's like an effort to sort of standardize what Docker started doing, and these days we have different implementations. Like we are using Podman, something called Podman, and the idea is that the Toolbx tries to remove all the cognitive overhead of thinking about containers, like how do you run a OCI container, and once you have started it, you don't know how to get your files and your SSH key or your GPG key or your, I don't know, like basically your Git checkouts and stuff, like your home directory and this or that. So because all those things are sort of, you don't have to worry about on an old school package-based OS, right? Like you go to the command line, there's a home directory. It's, if you start, I don't know, gedit from the command line, it will show up on your screen. But if you just run a Docker container or a Podman container out of the blue, that's probably not what's going to happen. So things like that things like that can really get into the way of a developer again. And so that's the part about removing the cognitive overhead of using or thinking about containers. Because the thing is that someone who is using Silverblue or any of these OSTree-based OSes, they don't necessarily want to use containers. They want to use they want to use a Linux operating system as they were using. Like suppose you were using Fedora Workstation, and today somebody says there is Silverblue, there are all these benefits to it. But so you don't necessarily want to actually use containers. You just want to keep doing pretty much what you were doing. So so long and get all the advantages of Silverblue, right? So that's the idea. I mean, of course, if you really want to use containers and you know a lot about them, I mean, nothing's stopping you from doing that. I mean, you can do whatever you want. And then, so the primary goal of Toolbx, in one line, is to bring back the usual command line on OSTree-based operating systems for debugging and development. Like, I was talking a lot about development, but debugging is also a thing. Like, if you're a sysadmin and you want to install some debugging tools because your server or node on the cloud or something, or VM is not working somehow, or even as a developer, you might want to just like profile some running process, you know, like collect some data, like strace it, attach GDB, so on and so forth. Like look into some crashes and whatnot. And as you can imagine, something like this is crucial for the adoption of these OSs because currently, even a few years ago, Silverblue was really quite useful for non-technical users. Like I know several non-technical users who use it and they never touch the command line, and it's really reassuring because you know that things can always be recovered. If some update or something goes wrong, it's kind of like bulletproof, so to speak. But then it so happens that a big percentage of Linux desktop users are actually developers or contributors to free software projects or developers at big corporations and so on. And taking away the usual command line is going to be a big, I mean, we are going to basically lose a huge chunk of our user base, and adoption will be a major problem. And which will kind of really suck because OSTree and Flatpak and this new way of doing things does have a lot of advantages. So just to quickly look at non-goals, I will expand on them a bit. So first of all, we don't really want to like have an alternate distribution format. Like, I mean, Flatpak is great for distributing apps, graphical apps, I mean, and I mean, just use Flatpak. Although I would say that Toolbx does have some features with which you can sort of distribute an app as a Toolbx. Like there's this Toolbx run command, and you can put it in a .desktop file, and you can, of course, do it that way. If for some reason you don't have a Flatpak or don't want to or something. But I mean, like we really don't want to like compete with Flatpak or anything, because we don't want to get into the business of how to export the .desktop file nicely, how to deal with icons and themes and all this. It just quickly gets into a huge, I mean, Flatpak has all that, and I mean, but yeah, like as I said, like there's this Toolbx run command, so you can always like hack up your own thing, like something cheap and nasty just to get you going for some reason. So in that sense, there is some overlap too, but I mean, sometimes you do have overlap, so that's fine. And then there's this thing about security. Like it turns out that whenever you say containers, people think about somehow it's secure, and then somehow that expectation somehow goes on to Silverblue or OSTree, because people often describe Silverblue as this container-based operating system. So if it's container-based, it also has to be secure. But the thing is that containers don't really automatically imply security. Like even if you have a Flatpak container and you open up everything, you don't really have security at that point. And so what a lot of people sometimes expect is that they somehow, so the use case a lot of people expect is that they are developing against a bunch of dependencies, and they don't really trust those dependencies. Like they think that those, I don't know, Ruby gems or whatever they're pulling in, they may have malware, and those may, I don't know, delete their home directory and whatnot. So they want to somehow like a secure development environment, which, to be honest, is a very valid use case. I mean, nothing wrong with it, really. But that's not really what we are targeting as the first thing, because to be honest, for decades, like the Linux desktop was kind of unreliable and insecure, and like basically your Firefox could just upload your SSH keys or your photographs or anything anywhere. Like that was what the state of affairs was for several decades, and it's changing now, and Flatpak is the reason why it's changing. And yes, OSTree or Silverblue based operating systems, they do like encourage this by encouraging you to install applications at Flatpaks. So in a way, OSTree or Silverblue does kind of like push you towards that secure future. But that said, like while Flatpak might be about security, OSTree or I would argue that OSTree or Silverblue still aren't. But what I really think OSTree is about stability, which is another thing that we didn't really quite have, because I said insecure and unreliable. Is that like when you think about a typical Linux distro for decades, like you had these mirrors and all the packages, like if you build a package, it goes to some testing repository, then from there it flows to the main repository of updates, and there are several mirrors all over the world, and they're all synced at different times of the day. So if somebody files a bug, or if you are like a test person, like a QE person, you can't really say that I tested this set of builds today and they are supposed to work and this is good. You can't really say that. The way we do it is by like having a social solution to a technical problem, is by having freezes and stuff. Like we freeze everything for a few weeks and we say that this is the golden release and all that. But after the release, we don't really do much. I mean, it's really chaotic at that point. So that's one thing. And then another thing, so that's one thing that I think OSTree really solves by making it really easy to test things. You know what you're testing, and you have a real can have a conversation. And then we don't really want to support different container engines, because that's not quite the goal. Like, and it quickly becomes difficult to work through bugs. And then we also don't want to really chase the goal of supporting every single image that one can produce. I mean, yes, you can of course like change the default image. There's a command line flag for it. There's a configuration file for it. But our goal is really not to support every single image out there, because there are all sorts of OCI images out there. Like people are running all sorts of services and this and that. So if you just want to look into an image to see what's there, you can always Podman run it. You can probably use Toolbx with it too. But but in some cases it wouldn't work, and in some cases it would probably be considered not a bug if it didn't work. Because ultimately we do want to provide an interactive, like a pleasant development experience, like where you have your manual pages, when you don't want the minimized version of core utils, you want the whole thing, and it's like a comfortable thing that you actually know. And while you can use different images, it's also not like the most pressing goal. Like it's a matter of trade-offs, basically. So yeah, like it's hosted on the same GitHub organization as Podman. That's the GitHub Containers organization. Like it's about 4 years, going to be 4 years old by now. It started right after rootless Podman became like a thing. So it has been developed very much in tandem with it. So that's another reason why we don't want to go for another container engine. It just becomes too much to support, and it's written in Go. And yeah, it has seen some adoption. So this is the star history. And so what works today? So like I said, you can have your graphical applications working, whether we Wayland or X, your SSH agent, this we already mentioned before. So other than that, dbus clients and daemons work. Networking, you can have Avahi lookups working. You can the etc-resolve.conf tracks the host, VPN and all that works. Nmap was an interesting thing because some of the Nmap use cases, they require real root. So you can actually use Toolbx also as root, like you could do sudo toolbox, blah, 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 so you get an Nmap. Ping works. Ping is a bit of a messy thing because it needs this setuid binaries because of the raw thing, but these days you have this special kind of sockets, I forgot the name, which is just for ICMP, so that helps. So again, time zones, they are like kept in sync, much like Flatpak actually. Although we don't use the same code, but it's basically the same concept. Removable devices, you can access your USB keys and stuff. Kerberos, like if you have if you're a Fedora contributor, you use Kerberos, or if you're an enterprise thing. Smart cards, locate, like this mlocate update DB thing, it kind of keeps a cache. Ulimits, again, match the host. You can use libvirt if you have like the user libvirt of course works, but even if you have system libvirt instance virtual machines there, you can use a virt manager or virsh or something. And the last thing is something called Minikube. It's something from the Kubernetes world. It's like a small Kubernetes cluster that you are supposed to run on a single node, like a single laptop. They call it Minikube. I had a few colleagues who were into it, and they were really, we got it to work. So I don't really use it, but it could be interesting as like a. And what doesn't work yet, we need to put in some work to get the NVIDIA proprietary driver to work, because it's kind of important for various use cases these days, CUDA and all that. We have an issue there. We know what to do, but it's just a matter of time. some people want to do GNOME shell development on like a full valence session with login and there are some issues to work through. And I think we identified everything. Is need to look at it and merge it. Yeah, there are some rough edges with locales. You get some errors from locale and something looked at. Again, CS certificates from the host is again something we have a plan needs work. So right now we have like out-of-the-box supported environments for Fedora and Red Hat Enterprise Linux, like the development environment, which is kind of cool because it really makes it accessible to use a RHEL environment from Fedora. But this took a surprisingly long amount of effort to work through, you know, like corporate legalese and licensing and all that. But I mean, we have almost got there, and it's kind of really gets RHEL very accessible to the free software community, and which was really, the timing was really bad with all the CentOS changes and everything. But anyway, and then we have like, I think we have pretty like a mature pull requests for Arch and Ubuntu. It's again a matter of time to get those in, so we would have out-of-the-box support for those too. And last slide, so Toolbx without OSTree. So we were talking about OSTree-based operating systems so far, but what about like traditional OSes? And it turns out that there is nothing really OSTree specific inside Toolbx. It doesn't really require OSTree, so it works just fine on Fedora Workstation, Debian, whatever. And there is still, but the question is, why would you use that, right? It turns out that there is still value in keeping the OS pristine. Like you probably, if you pulled in some random headers or libraries or random things that you wanted to do as part of a developing session, you don't want to screw up your main operating system. Maybe your program just does RF or something, and you just want to somehow keep the OS pristine. So there's a value in that. And also like what you can do is like you can have a, like, I don't know, like a Ubuntu Toolbx running on a Fedora machine, and you can like get the Ubuntu toolchain and see if there are weird, I don't know, compiler warnings and whatnot. Like some people, I have come across like strange people who really need a specific toolchain for building a specific plugin for a specific weird application, and without that it will not work, and all those things. And all that you can do through the like what looks like the usual command line without going through the mental barrier of a virtual machine or something a bit odd. So that's all. That's the website. You can find me from there. We have a metrics channel. We have a Twitter thing, and yeah. So I don't know if you have time.
I'm afraid we don't have time for questions.
Oh, okay.
So questions can go during the coffee break, because it's coffee break time.
Yeah.
So you will be inundated, I'm sure. Everyone who has a question, raise your hand. You will not be inundated.
Oh, thank God.
All right, coffee, and we're back here in...
Yeah, I know.
Bottles is written in Toolbx. Okay.
I
and
heard.
We're back
like,
here in 15 minutes. Ciao. Yeah, we're wrangling more of an audience. Till, do you want to speak into this or speak into the?
I will use this.
Okay, you'll use this one. That's fine.
So. Yes, you can.
I'm ready, Till.
Yes.
All right, welcome everyone. Welcome the real Till supporters. We're going to be hearing from Till about open printing and new architecture stuff. Take it away.
Yes, it's not very full here. As I know, printing is not very attractive, but it is important, and I'm the one who makes it just work. And I want to tell you what you, as an application developer, have to, or GUI developer, has to do to make it also just work. So it's about the new architecture, mainly of printing, but also a little bit of scanning, because at first it will have 4 sections. Once I will introduce into the new architecture of printing and scanning. Then I will tell about printer setup tools and how the design of a printer setup tool has to be for the new architecture, and what is the progress on the work on the new GNOME Control Center printer setup tool. After that, I will talk about print dialogues, what there has to change, and what the ideal solution is. And in the end, I will also talk a little bit about distribution-independent packaging. How one can package cups, how one can package applications, how one can package printer applications. Printer applications are drivers, is the new printer driver format, and applications, user applications, are these programs out of which you want to print. So this was the overview. So the new architecture, for 22 years now, since its 1.0 launch, CUPS uses principally the same architecture. We had in the beginning PostScript standard job format as printer typically used with Unix were PostScript printers. You remember the university, the computing center there, and the laser printers, and they all worked with PostScript, and the workstations simply sent PostScript, and this worked. And the capabilities of the printer, what is different at the printers, which trays they have, which resolutions they have, which paper types they accept. These were for PostScript printers. It's designed by Adobe. PostScript is designed by Adobe. The PPD files are designed by Adobe. For the printers, they describe the capabilities, which trays they have, and which paper types they accept, and so on, user settable options. It's all in a text file, in a PPD file. And so CUPS uses this PPD file. For PostScript printers, it uses simply the PPD file which comes with a PostScript printer. And for non-PostScript printers, Michael Sweet, the author of CUPS, has done simple extensions. He has simply added a line to the PPD file named CUPS filter, and in this line it is told which filter has to be called to turn the input into the printer's native format. And so in CUPS, non-PostScript printers worked also with PPD files. PPD file means PostScript printer description file, because for this they were originally designed. And the filters which CUPS uses for non-PostScript filters, they usually use somehow GhostScript. Either GhostScript with a built-in driver, or at first GhostScript makes CUPS raster out of it, and then another filter makes CUPS out of CUPS raster the final format of the printer. And You usually, with a printer setup tool or LP admin command or a web interface, you created manually a print queue. You had to select one of the discovered printers, USB network and so, and then you had to select make and model of the printer. Later on, this worked automatically by the printer hardware ID. And with this, a PPD was selected, and the PPD contains which driver is used. And why do we want to do away with PPD files? It all looks nice, it all worked for 22 years, why do we want to change? So in 1984 already, 16 years before CUPS 1.0 was available, Adobe stopped the development on PPDs, so CUPS used a completely obsolete format. It worked, but it was obsolete. So we started so in 2006, Mike Sweet and me, we abolished PostScript as print job format and replaced it by PDF, because we were in a world where we have very many non-PostScript printers. And also PDF has transparency, is not a programming language, so cannot contain malicious software. And so PDF is much more modern, still under development and maintenance of Adobe, and so we switched to PDF. In 2006, in Atlanta, Georgia, in the first Open Printing Summit which I've organized. And the PPD files can represent user-settable options only as enumerated choice. So page size is A4, A5, letter, A3, legal, and so on, or as Boolean. Manual feed on or off. And so if we want to have now a password as an option, so a password is a string, or which you can type in any arbitrary string, or for example, if we want to have a color adjustment, sliders, this does not work with these options. And there are a lot of ugly workarounds by the different driver authors. Mike Sweet has also invented some workarounds for PPD files to get this kind of options and so on. It's all very ugly. So let us get rid of PPDs. Rest in peace, PPDs. So we come to the new architecture. Now we want to go all IPP. We know in modern times, most printers are driverless. They usually support AirPrint, so that you can print with an iPhone on it. And on the iPhone, you do not put a driver. The printer is a driverless IPP printer. MoPre is another standard preferred by Windows. But the principle is always the same. IPP everywhere, another standard. Or every time the same principle, a printer announces themselves in the network by DNSSD. And so the computer finds it, and the computer gets some information, the DNSSD text record with some basic capabilities. And then the printer asks via the IPP, Internet Printing Protocol, asks the printer for its capabilities, a get printer attributes request. The printer answers with all its capabilities, the information which you formerly found in the PPD, in another format, not in the format of PPD files. And especially also which page description languages the printer supports. It must be at least one of the four: PDF, raster, PWG raster, and PCLM, where PCLM is not PCL. PCLM is a raster-only PDF. But one of these formats, so the client exactly knows what he has to do to print on this printer and which options to show in the print dialog. And so we don't need a printer driver. Printer driver means any software or data which is specific to the model of the printer. And So we have driverless printing. And so in CAPS 3. And these most modern printers support it. So if you go to your preferred supermarket and buy a printer from the promotion, it is usually driverless. So you don't need to worry much about which printer to buy. So from CAPS 3.0.x, it starts end of 2023 in time to get into Ubuntu 20.4.04 LTS, the next LTS in 2 years. Then we have CAPS 3.x, and this CAPS will not support PPDs anymore. It's IPP only. It supports only driverless IPP printers. And now you think, who has an old printer has lost, he cannot install a driver anymore. So we have also a new format for drivers. It's the printer applications. A printer application is a piece of software, a daemon, which emulates a driverless IPP printer and internally communicates with a non-driverless legacy printer or specialty printer to print on it. But for CAPS, CAPS sees a driverless printer on localhost. And for all the drivers which you can get for Debian as free software, I've already converted them all into 4 printer applications, which you find in the Snap Store. And so we have now only driverless IPP printers supported, and we cannot manually create queues anymore because CAPS, already the CAPS of now, if you have a driverless IPP printer, automatically creates a temporary queue. And therefore, when we have only driverless printers, we don't need to manually create CAPS queues. So the new CAPS will not support that anymore. And filtering is only done to arrive at the driverless standard formats, because other formats are not needed anymore. And as I say, when the printer is not driverless, then we use a printer application. And here are the schemes. This drawing is from Michael Sweet when he introduced CAPS 3.x on the last Linux Plumbers conference. And the old way is you have a user application, sends a job to CAPS, and CAPS does the dirty work alone if the printer is driverless. It uses a PPD file, only a PPD file if the printer is PostScript, and it uses PPD file and printer driver if the printer is non-driverless, non-PostScript. And in the new architecture, CAPS itself only can do IPP, and so it either communicates directly with a driverless printer, or it needs a printer application which needs to support the printer. There are several different ones to print on non-driverless printers. So for this, a printer setup tool, how it comes with the distros like system config printer, will not work anymore and will not make sense anymore. So the CAPS web interface will still work, because when you have a new CAPS, it has a new correct web interface to work with itself. LP admin will not be needed anymore, as we do not create manual queues. And here system config printer will not work anymore. CAPS browse-d will be later on turned into a printer application so that one can at least use it as cluster manager. And GNOME Control Center will be completely changed. I'll talk about this later today. And yeah, the print module of GNOME Control Center, not the complete GNOME Control Center. And these tools control CAPS, the one in CAPS-d. These old tools, they list the available queues, and the available CUPS queues. And when you want to add a printer via Add Printer button, it does detect printer, make and model, and find PPD for it. And the printer management for the new architecture. At first, the new architecture we have beginning from CUPS 3.x or newer, or also if we use the already existing CUPS snap, because the CUPS snap is totally encapsulated, you cannot add drivers and PPDs to it, so it behaves like a CUPS 3.x with only supporting the new architecture. And all printers are driverless IPP printers, as I said. And so the tasks of the printer setup tool is listing the IPP services. This means we list all the IPP printers which we see in the network or emulated by print applications. And in the list of IPP services, we have buttons to open the web admin interface. Every printer and also every printer application, which is IPP, has always a web interface. Also supports IPP system service. It's an interface to configure IPP printers. And so we have buttons to access these facilities for each IPP service. And if we have a multifunction device, it has two IPP services, printer and scanner, we list these components together, and our printer setup tool allows this way also configuring the scanner. And discovering and the add printer window is discovering non-driverless printers. Here we discover printers as we did before, but we do not find a PPD for them. We send the device ID to the Open Printing web server, and there we will have a service which knows all the printer applications which we have, and this service will answer back a list of printer applications which support this printer in desirability order. And so the printer setup tool knows which printer application to install from the Snap Store, configures the printer and the printer application, and then the printer is an IPP service and appears in the main window. And so we have similarities. All main window, old CUPS queues, and buttons to set the options, and new IPP services and buttons to get into the web interface and into the IPP system service. And the add printer window, old, lists the discovered printers, find make model driver PPD file, new, list the non-driverless printers, and ask Open Printing which printer application to install. And for multifunction devices, as I said, we list not only the print IPP service, but the scan IPP service and perhaps fax out all together. And so scanners and faxes are treated like printers and appear in the printer setup tool. And so now we have the IPP Service List Manager GUI. This is the main screen of the GNOME Control Center printer module. And here it was got coded in the Google Summer of Code 2021 already. And it is naturally GTK Plus based and ready for inserting in the GNOME Control Center. It discovers the services using Avahai, and it checks for duplicate entries and removes them so that all is nicely sorted and user-friendly, printer and scanner also together, and has buttons for the device's web interface. Then In 2020, in the Google Summer of Code, another student has written the IPP system service GUI. So they have written this student has written the dialog which is opened when in the list of IPP services, you click the button for the IPP system service. It's also ready for being added to the GNOME Control Center. And now we need still a tool to guide the users setting up non-driverless printers. And this is planned to be done in Google Summer of Code 2022, this year. And naturally only under the condition that we get enough slots from Google, so that we can accept the student who has applied for this project idea. And so this is replaces the former add printer window. We discover all non-driverless printers on USB and in the network. We find printer applications, check also which printer applications are locally installed, perhaps we have already the right one, and for finding out which printer applications are in the Snap Store, we use the service on Open Printing. This we have to do, it's a workaround, because I've done a feature request to the Snap Store for searching snaps by hardware signature, and no one has worked on that. And so with this way one can easily set up the printer, the printer application for the printer. And here we install the printer application, which Open Printing tells us which is the right one, and install the printer in the printer application. And then we will, after that, see the service, see the printer's IPP service in the main window, and we can print on it. And what we still need for the printer setup tool, once it's the third component, as I said, the add non-driverless printer. We have also to put all the three components together, so that we get one new printers and scanners GNOME Control Center module. For this, if all works nice, we will get a second Google Summer of Code student this year. And this second Google Summer of Code student will work closely together with our desktop team at Canonical and with the design team, so that we finish up a nice module to submit upstream. And in the middle of the project, I will be on the GUADEC in Mexico, and there I will give a report in my talk there, which is otherwise similar to this one. I will give a report on the progress of that. And now you know the situation of the printer setup tool. And the next thing are print dialogues. Print dialogues also need to work with the new architecture. And the most important thing is, at first, they need to support temporary CUPS queues. These queues, which CUPS and the CUPS clients automatically create based on discovered IPP printers, which are created only for the job for doing the print job, and removed 1 minute after the print job is done. And many print dialogues still do not support them. Fortunately, the GTK dialog has it already fixed. But there are many print dialogues. There's the Qt dialog, there's the LibreOffice dialog, the Chrome, Firefox, and I don't know whether really all of them are fixed. So everyone who is responsible for a print dialog should check this and fix this. And another point is, On CUPS 3.x, there are no PPD files at all. If you have the current CUPS 2.x, even if it's in a snap, you can, with some API, download the PPD file from CUPS. This is not possible anymore in CUPS 3.x because it simply does not support PPD files anymore. So in this point, the print dialog has also to be checked that it does not try to download the PPD file of the print queue from CUPS, because this is not possible anymore. And even it should also not try surrounding CUPS by directly getting to HTTP localhost 631 printers qname.ppd. And so these 2 points have to be taken into account, that the print dialog will make it also working on under CUPS 3.x. But we can make it much better, because now we have to fix the print dialog in all these print dialog in these 2 points. But later on, something will happen. Perhaps something else will be changed in the print architecture, and the print dialog stop working again and need to be fixed again. And also, it can happen that there's a new cloud printing service. And it would be nice if the print dialogs support this cloud printing service too. And therefore, we want to do it better. We do the so-called, we separate the support of the print technologies like CUPS or print to file or like any cloud printing service into so-called print dialog backends. And the backend supports the print technology, is connected by dbus with a dialog with the front end. And so the dialog does not need any more take care of changes in CUPS and so. And so the creators of the dialog, the GUI toolkit developers, do not need to keep pace with it, which is especially difficult because they have also rather long release cycles. There's low motivation to maintain the print dialog and so on. And so we separate this. And this we call the common print dialog backends. It was already developed in the Google Summer of Code 2017. And it follows a development, a former development. Formerly, we tried to do something different. Instead of adding, we tried to get a common dialog provided by the desktop, the print dialog provided by the desktop, and not by the application, so that all applications have the same print dialog to make it easier for the user to see always the same print dialog. And this we called common print dialog. But we failed with it because we did not have enough people to code on it. And later on, but one thing is interesting. We failed on it, on this idea, but this idea did not die. The Flatpak people had the same idea, but with another background to let the system, the desktop environment, access the user's files through the dialogues, but not only print, but also open and save. And this way, allow the encapsulated application in the Flatpak access the user's files. I don't know whether the Flatpackers came to the idea by itself or whether somehow they found my idea of 10 years ago. It's all free software, so they were not obliged to ask me. So, and later on, we looked into perhaps reviving this idea, but in the end, we we came up to the mentioned common print dialog backends, not common print dialog, meaning that we leave the dialog with the application, but the dialog does not support CUPS and print to file and cloud print services by itself, but shouts into the dbus, and the backend support CUPS and print to file and the cloud print technologies. And so for CUPS, open printing can take the responsibility of the print dialog all working with CUPS. All print dialogs always working with CUPS. And so open printing would always update the dialog for backend for CUPS and for print to file too. And if someone offers a cloud print service, they would also issue the common print dialog backend for it, maintain it, put it into the Snap store. And if someone wants to use the service under Linux, he installs the Snap with the backend. In this way, all print dialogs show the printers in this cloud print service. And for this, we have already the dbus interface, we have backend and front-end libraries. The only thing which is missing is that the print dialog adopt the CUPS, adopt the common print dialog backend system. And we have also a Google Summer of Code students, a project idea. Google Summer of Code contributors do not need to have to be students. And if we would get enough slots, we let a student work on this, a contributor work on this. So this I have already told. Here's the scheme. This is an original drawing from the Google Summer of Code contributor who has started on this project in 2017. So we go directly to the application distribution. And I'm now on the wrong direction here. Snap. Yes. Yes. Another thing is we have distribution independent packaging. There is Snap, there's Flatpak, and there's UpImage and Docker and so on. And for printing, and one thing is we have Snap CUPS, we have Snap printer applications. Snap seems to be the most sophisticated. One can snap package system daemons, but one cannot Flatpak system daemons, one cannot put system daemons in an UpImage. And so CUPS exists only in a Snap and not in other distribution independent packaging formats. Same for printer application. And many people are complaining about Snaps. There's only one Snap stores, monopoly and so on. And they are slow in startup and so people are complaining. And I want that one can get CUPS also in another format. And I reviewed Flatpak and UpImage, and they seem to be only for applications. For example, Flatpak interacts with the desktop to access the user, to access the user files, and then one cannot really run them as root. And UpImage has no security concept; you cannot run this as root too, and so they are not suitable. But I talked with the Flatpak guys, and there's a trick that one can make a Docker container of CUPS, so that I will do in the near future an official Docker container of CUPS. There are many unofficial third-party ones from people who have uploaded them, and I will make one which is really coming from open printing and as universal as possible, and not containing drivers. Is the problem, as driver support we do not need anymore, as we have print applications. And with this, there is a way that when we have a system which is is Flatpak based, we can somehow get the Docker container in, or directly when we have a server where we want to simply use Docker, we can use the Docker container too. And so we will have a second way to provide CUPS as distribution independent package. Same for the printer applications. But the printer applications, perhaps I can do another trick, running them for Flatpakking them, running them as the user, and letting them start it when he logs in and letting them stopped when he logs out. I have to look into this too. So this is distribution independent packaging of CUPS and CUPS and printer applications. And I also, in Snap, have integrated the CUPSnap completely into Snapd with an own interface named CUPS, so that if you snap an application, a user application which prints, you can securely print, and it is not possible for the application snapper, the application packager, to let administrative requests like creating queues, deleting someone else's job, reading someone else's job by the application through this interface, and so it's secure. So this way, the developer, the Snap developer, can upload it in the Snap store, and as it's not dangerous, he does not need permission from the Snap store team. He can simply upload, and his application can print. And for Flatpak, we have something like the common print dialog, so it just prints. And for app image, we have no security shell around the application, so it just prints too. But app image, be careful. It can also administer CUPS and mess up your queues and app image. But Flatpak, as it goes through the print dialog, Flatpak itself is protecting against administrative requests to CUPS. And that's it.
All
Any
right.
question?
Yeah, we got applause first.
Thank you.
I think we have 30 seconds for one question. And if there's no question, then thank you, Till. That was a great talk. It's good to know
I have one thing.
printing just works.
Yes. I have one thing for any one of you. Unfortunately, we have no question. Otherwise, this person has won this. But if there's still a question,
Yeah, you can ask Till a question and get a t-shirt. It's good for you. Okay, thank you again.
no one wants. So I will.
Whee! All right, moving on to the next talk in this room.
Thank you.
You're the next speaker? Good. Yep. All right, so the next speaker, we're just going to go plunk and HDMI. It's Does it work? Does it work? It works fantastic. Okay, so this mic is live if you want to speak here. That's good? Yeah, you look very serious like that.
Yeah.
Very good.
All right.
All right. So we started the day with Flutter stuff and about Flutter visuals. And so we're getting on in the day, and it's time to figure out how to get your Ubuntu visuals into Flutter. Take it away, Frederik.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Frederik, and I'm part of the Ubuntu Yaro community team. And we are a team of design enthusiasts, I would call it, and developers. And yeah, that's the team. And just a shout out to all the guys. You're really great. And today I wanted to show you how we got the classic Ubuntu visuals into Flutter applications on the Ubuntu desktop. So if you look at the Ubuntu desktop, that basically means currently that's Ubuntu desktop design is basically GNOME design. So there's like this little Mars symbol. So it's like 95% of GNOME design currently in usage. And so we got the GNOME shell as a component, a software component, and we got GTK apps. And on top of it, we got the Yaro themes, which are basically GNOME themes with a little bit of orange. So Flutter is made by Google and uses a material design language, and which works really great on the smartphone. And I guess most of you got an Android smartphone and use it every day, and it works pretty well. But there's a problem if you use it on the desktop. My screenshots will come soon. And well, on your phone you got your thumb and it's quite fat, and you're not really good at touching stuff, and it's okay. So the stuff must be really big. So also you got sometimes at least in Material 3 design, I think they're working on it in Material 3 design. But currently, most applications make use of shadows to elevate it from the background, so you can at least see that there's a differentiation between the background and the element. And on the smartphone, you also don't need to segment so much. So there's not much segmentation of UI elements on your smartphone in the material design language. And you also have lots of free-floating elements. And also you got really large components. Back to the thumb, it's really large. If you just move it from the smartphone to your desktop, it can really look out of place. And there's also this thing called a FAB, and it's actually an acronym for floating action button. It's this small dot or disk at the bottom. You can press and activate some actions. For example, in Gmail, you press it and you can make a new email or stuff like this. So it's a most important action on the current page. It's really great for the smartphone. And also, which I've noticed when porting or when using the material design in Flutter apps on the desktop is that sometimes elements become invisible because those shadows thing, it works maybe on the smartphone better. I don't know exactly why, but when you put it on a big screen, certain elements, for example, inactive switches, become a little bit invisible, and yeah, this is what I said, inactive switches and cards. You got those cards which also make use of those elevation shadows. And also, again, because of the fat thumb, you got lots of huge space between elements. Like, for example, in a list view, every element is quite large. Yeah, and also the material dialogues, I don't know why, but they don't got a close button, which is sometimes quite useful if you want to get rid of it. So this is an example taken from their homepage. I didn't want to make too much into my presentation about it, but you can look it up. It's a really great homepage. There's a really great documentation about the design language. But this is what I've said. It's a great example. You got the list view, and you got a floating action button, which works quite well here on the smartphone. I think it's really aesthetic. It's everything is on this small screen. Everything is fitted well. But if you put it on the desktop, it looks a little bit out of place, I think. And on the right side, you see GNOME files or Nautilus. the backdrop with the Yarrow theme, but I think in the backdrop it's really like, if you're not into the theming stuff, you would probably not notice what theme it is, except the green folders. And on the left side, you see a Flutter application, freshly started from VS Code. It's like their demo application. If you make maybe I can make one at the end if I got time. And yeah, it's funny because back in the day where I were really, really emotional with theming, and one of my criticisms about the default GTK theme was that I thought back in the day that it was too fat. Like, it's funny because if you compare those windows at each other, I guess the left one looks a little bit more, yeah, fat, I guess. So we need to do something about it. So first of all, back to theming. This time it's Flutter. And what lessons have we learned from theming GNOME? It's a little bit controversial topic, I know. So one lesson, I think, which is really important is do not force your design ideas over technical limitations. Like, if it just doesn't work, just stop it. Think about something different. Like, I think a good example is maybe someone remembers the dark header bar in the light theme of previous Ubuntu releases, and maybe it looked great in the contrast. Every time a GTK developer created a new widget, which is a cool thing, to create something new, and you add it in the dark header bar, you can look up the public colors in the CSS file. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. So quite often you end it with like a white widget inside the dark header bar. So this is not so great. So this is one lesson learned. If it doesn't work, just think about something else. Also, in the beginning of our GTK themes, we had really many accent colors. And we're so excited about all those nice colors. And at some point, the theme started to look a little bit like a clown or something, like just a clown juggling with those nice colored balls. So yeah, maybe 2 accent colors are enough. It's also what Canonical uses on their Ubuntu website with the vanilla framework. So you got maybe the orange accent. And for stuff you really need to click, like accept this, accept the most important action on the website, you got the green buttons, and I think that's enough. Also, orange, even if it looks quite well, like with an accent, like for example here on my fancy shoes, like it's great, like a little accent of orange. It's like a little gem of orange. It's really nice. It looks really great, especially on black stuff. But if you color a bigger area with orange, it gets really complicated. Even if you like the color, it can start to actually burn your eye, and it's really not a joke. We had an issue on GitHub where someone was he had his eyes weren't working so perfectly, so maybe it was a little handicapped with his eye. And when he was staring at our orange close button, it started that the X actually started moving. So it was a real accessibility issue. So it's really, orange is a great accent color, but it can be really complicated. This is another lesson. So use color, but use it sparingly. It's important. If it's important, use color. If it's not important, don't use the color. And also, especially if you follow the ideas of other toolkits, don't become too attached to ideas. Like, if they change their stuff, it's okay. Things change, yeah. All right, so what's Flutter? Flutter is a UI toolkit made by Google. And I don't want to talk too much about Flutter, how it works. But you can create Android apps with it, and iOS apps, Windows apps, macOS apps, web apps, and Linux desktop apps. And you can even create embedded Linux apps. I think Toyota is working on something there, but it's currently, I think, in development. So if you want to know more about Flutter, just head onto their website. It's really, really great. You got documentation, you got fancy videos, and it's really great. So they use the Dart programming language, which is also can be like a pro argument to use it if you have like a Java background or a JavaScript background or a TypeScript background. You get really fast into it. It's, for me as a Java developer, it's like really like Java on steroids. It's really great. So what are themes in Flutter? I think in most toolkits I've worked with before, like JavaFX or GTK or whatever, there's some kind of configuration file. It's CSS or it's XML, and which is somehow connected with some object in your Java code or in your C code. And it's somehow getting looked up, and those object and the little thing in the element tree gets connected, and so you can change a property. In Flutter, it's a little bit different, or actually it's completely different, because there is no such thing as CSS or XML being used. So in Flutter, basically everything you use inside this widget tree is a widget. And thus are themes. Themes are also just a widget. So they are objects you can create, and you can, with a constructor, which you can attach to certain properties. And also icons are widgets. So basically everything is a widget in Flutter. That's kind of their philosophy, but it's not theory, it's really what it is. So this is the piece of code which you get if you start a new Flutter application. We've seen before this really big blue thing with the blue floating action button. So inside you see there's the build method, which is basically the most important method in this whole application cycle. And with each build you get a rendered frame. And this build method must return a widget, as you can see. And it returns a material app, and it has a property which is the theme, and you can attach a theme data object to it, which has another property, which is the primary swatch, which is a material color. And with that material color, you get all the shades you need for your theme, and Flutter attaches all those shades to your application, and your application is themed. All right. So where do you start if you want to make this? We can look up the Ubuntu design on the homepage of the Ubuntu designers. As I said, they got the vanilla design language, and they also have a new logo. It's new, and we got orange, and we got also some other colors like some shades of purple. They call it aubergine, and you got black, and you got white, and you got a warm gray. That's their color palette. And which is also really important, in my opinion, is the Ubuntu font. Yeah, in my opinion, it's a really elegant font, and it's not complicated to read it. That's basically the most important part of a font, I think, but it's also really important for the whole identity of the look. There's another picture of the font. Yeah. All right, so what was the first iteration of the Yarrow Dart theme? It was basically just the material theme with an orange accent and a light and a dark theme and Ubuntu fonts. Yeah, it was basically just material design in orange. And what's the current state? Currently, we picked up the orange and the green buttons. We got dark and light themes. But we also have the full palette we use in the Yarrow GTK and GNOME Shell themes. And we also have many different versions currently. So for it's kind of amazing, like almost every flavor of Ubuntu uses blue. So we got the Flutter theme in Kubuntu blue, in Xubuntu blue, in Lubuntu blue, and in Budgie blue, and also in Mate. Yeah, or Mati, I don't know how it's exactly spelled. But also in 2204, there are 10 new accent colors, which you can pick in GNOME Control Center via the little color disks, and it's also supported in the Yarrow Dart theme. And also, because GNOME supports it and Flutter also supports it, there are 2 high contrast themes for people who can't really see colors. And also we try to take up the border radii of the buttons, which we did. And we axed the cheers, Gesundheit. we axed the extreme material shadows, which I've talked about. We got smaller text fields and the styles. We unified all the sizes, so I don't know, maybe some material stuff eventually is perfectly sized on a smartphone, but if you transport it on the desktop, some stuff is a little bit bigger, some stuff is a little bit smaller, so we unified this, so everything is equally sized. For example, the text fields are sized as the buttons and so on. And we also improved the visibility of switches, so we stopped to make use of those big elevation shadows. We tried to use like subtle borders, and which works quite well, so you can see it when they're inactive. We got the checks in, we got the radius in, we got the dialogues in, even with the close button, but in another library I show soon. And we have also the possibility, which is currently under development, to create a Yaro theme on the fly. So for those rare Windows users here, in Windows you can click the system dialog, select an accent color, and your whole system gets colored with whatever your favorite color is, which is kind of cool, I think. And we also, let's say, dematerialized the app bar, so it's definitely a lot smaller. It's not elevated, so it's not like so much into your face. No 3D shadows, it's slimmer. All right. So, what's also really nice in Flutter, that you got this, it's part of their command line interface. It's a tool called pub. And you can create packages with it, which you can upload or publish to pub.dev. And so you don't need to like get in touch with distributions and, hey, this is my software, I need to, you need to put it into a library, you need to install the library. You don't have any need for this. You can just upload it to pub.dev and people can download it. For example, there are tens of thousands of packages on this website. And you can, for example, you want to have fun with XML, or so you can look it up and download an XML converter package, or you want nice animations, you get there, you get all the animations you want, or whatever. So it's really great, so you need to get Yaro Dart inside there, and which we did. It's inside, you can get it with the following command, flutter pub add Yaro. If you run this command inside your application's root folder, it gets added into your dependencies. And you can import it. You see it in line 3. I've imported it and I use it in line 16. The theme is Yaro Light now, which and also the dark theme is Yaro Dark, which gets connected to the GNOME desktop. So when you switch the desktop to dark, it turns also dark. Yeah, so we saw the window at the beginning. So this is how it looks. This is a skeleton application if you turn on the Yaro theme. And you can already see some stuff's changed. Of course, it's a really boring application, so you don't see much, but you already see this much slimmer header bar. Everything looks a little bit closer to what we want to make it look. And we also have this widget theme library, so basically for us, so we can test material components with our theme. Yeah, so this is the theme. This is great. We can color material stuff in there. Let's just check the clock, how much time is left. 18 minutes left? All right, maybe I get it. So you can analyze like the types of desktop applications you have on your desktop. And more or less, you get down to the following ones. You get that master details app, I would call it, and I think it's also called in most cases. You get a wizard app, something I call the grid to details app, and of course, just this super simple app, let's call it a one-page app without any navigation. And also, I know some people want to make it die, but it probably will never go away, the classic menu navigation for yeah, really complicated applications like Blender or digital audio workstations, or where you got really hundreds of commands. Yeah. So yeah, pictures. This is two examples of a master details app. On the right side, you see the GNOME Control Center. It's still GTK3, but it's a 22.04 release. On the left side, you see something which we've seen yesterday. This is a progressive web app. You can install it in Chromium-based browsers with a little install symbol. But the point is, it's also a master details app. Even it's pure material design, and again, you see the kind of really big-sized rows. It's still, you click on the left side, and you get a detail on the right side. And this is another example of a master details app. This is on files, everyone knows it. You click something on the left, and you get the details on the right. So what's a wizard app? A wizard app, I guess Windows users are really known to wizard apps because everything they install, they love to install something with a wizard app. We call apt get, and they run their wizard app. It's just what they do, but also it can really be useful. For example, if you want to set something up, so it's a really nice way to set something up. This is a post-install GNOME setup in Ubuntu. And for example, there's an installer in every operating system with a desktop environment. You have an installer. This is, for example, the Ubuntu desktop installer, currently under development. There are more pictures at the end. And this is what I call a grid to details app. Like, we got a grid, you click it, and you get to the detail. It's also really common in GNOME applications. This is, for example, GNOME boxes. I really love this application. It's really great to set up a virtual machine and use it. Yeah, this is an example of a classic menu navigation. So yeah, a little question if it's really legacy, if it's used by VS Code. I'm not sure. Anyways, it's something to consider. So, we got this convoluted mess, which is the Spotify client, everything at once. So you got on the left side, you got the menu, the master navigation. On the right side, you got tabs and what's not, and grids. So we also noticed some desktop patterns, like most of the time you are used to use multiple page applications, which have sections of content. So one page is mostly not enough. And inside those sections, you got most of the time rows or something like smaller elements. Maybe you can expand them or maybe not. And inside the rows, you got a switch, you got an action, you got a check button. This is really common. And also, most importantly, we got resizable windows, which is also something you don't have on your smartphone. Like, you always have the screen; it's always sized the same size, and you don't need to resize it. Yeah, and common widgets like button switches, checks, and radios. All right. Also, and thus, some desktop requirements in 2022, like you really want to have a responsive layout because you have windows, because you can change the size of the windows, so your navigation needs to adapt to this. And it needs to work on huge screens, it needs to work on small windows. Yeah. Okay. Or also, you need to find some middle ground between like really tiny. I think there's still some around. Like, it's like I have problems with my eyes to see all the small elements. Or you got this huge UI like pure material design on the desktop. So maybe let's find some middle ground. All right. So what we did is, like, material design is great, but additionally, to have a little bit more freedom, we created this quite small widget library, which itself uses material components, but a little bit, yeah, maybe a little bit more fitting for the desktop. So there's lots of widgets to check out. I won't show them all here. We got the rows in, we got the dialogues in with a close button, and we got the sections in. Yeah, let's As you can already see, this already looks a little bit more familiar than what we saw in material design. We got a tab page which adapts itself to the size. So if you, by the way, the whole window itself is another widget which we call master details, and which itself can adapt to the size of the screen. It's funny, that's the wrong screenshot, but we get there soon. All right, and also thanks to one of our Yaru members, we got all the icons in. So we get our beautiful slim 1 pixel Yaru icons in, which I personally really enjoy. And thanks to one of Canonical's guys, we got a package called Handy Window, which itself packages which makes use of the libhandy library. So we get the nice rounded bottom corners on the window. This is where the screenshot belongs, actually. Okay, what we get here. Yeah, so what we did was we created this a settings app, and you may ask why, because there's GNOME Control Center, but it's actually a really nice testing ground if you want to make use of all the nice libraries which have been created for the desktop, for the Linux desktop, because today in the morning we've seen the use of plugins, but there's a lot of actually free desktop APIs you can make use of, and so we got like G settings, we got Blues, Network Manager, Yaru Dart, Yaru Icons, Yaru Widgets, Dbus, UPower, UDisks, yeah. And thanks, by the way, to Robert Enke, who created most of the stuff. And so we created the settings app, which makes use of all these fancy libraries. And as you can see here, we got now, I don't know, maybe like 80% of the pages, it's still under development. And we got Bluetooth, we got a nice wallpaper section where you could add your wallpaper or choose the default wallpapers. Or this is also a work by a contributor, Youssef Lashin, who created like, this is you can change from the background mode from wallpaper to, this is in German now, so it's also internationalized, the application. The background of the day, currently 2 providers, NASA and Bing. And also we found a little thing inside G settings, which is quite funny. So you can also change there's no way to do it in GNOME Control Center, but you can also change your background to a little gradient. We got the nice theme selection in, and we can change the dock positions. We also got the privacy screen. Okay, there's everything inside here. Location, housekeeping, screen locking, a nice dialog. It has an animation, which is not shown here because it's a screenshot. Also the screen lock, and also if you want to send Canonical some stuff or you don't want to, so you can turn it off. And yeah, the multitasking section, notifications. This is the power section, which makes use of UPower, and this was a contribution by GP Numi. More UPower. This is currently under development. It's a display page. This is also by a contributor called Adsen Dev from GitHub, which makes also use of Dbus. Yeah, okay, this is the mouse section. It's not really super exciting, but it needs to be done, right? This is the keyboard page. Oh my God, this was quite a journey. I didn't know how hard it is to map all those keys on the Linux desktop, but yeah, it works. And you can select another key map. There are keyboard shortcuts, currently not all. There are lots of more keyboard shortcuts, but I guess we add them at some point. So removable media. You can select a different language. This is a big contribution by Mivo Ligo. This is the accessibility page, and I think it was really a lot of work. You got everything in you want to have on the GNOME desktop. I don't show everything, but there are some dialogues in, like you can select the cursor size and whatnot. This is the clock page, which could also be something we maybe do at some point, like get this, because it's a more or less a playground app, maybe we get some useful stuff outside of there and make our own application, for example, for a clock application, which also uses the dbus API. Okay. This is also quite nice. So you can export your system information. This was made by UP007 by our Yarrow contributor. So you can export the system information into a PDF and open it or print it. And of course, everything is also available in the dark theme, but I think you don't see it so well because the contrast is a little bit bad now because of the lighting situation, but it works. So, how much time is left actually? 5
minutes. If you want questions, you should wrap up.
Okay, so what we also did is a firmware updater, and we also helped a little bit here. So this is the Yarrow-fied version of the firmware updater, also with the light theme, and of course the Ubuntu desktop installer. It's a huge open source project on GitHub. These are some nice screens. It didn't make it, but maybe it's available in the next release. Yeah, let's make a nice dia show here. So lots of pages. All right, this is something maybe we got a nice tool set of widget libraries. So maybe in the future we start with some of those apps. All right, thank you. And if you got questions, then shoot.
All right, if we've got questions, first we can applaud. Yay! Then we can ask questions. So, Till, have you got any more T-shirts? No. Because you have to give T-shirts if he gives an answer.
But then I get my T-shirt back when I'm asking.
Yeah, it's like a great cycle.
Yes. Did you already start with a printer setup page?
Yes, I've started, but it's a lot more complicated than I thought. Yes,
yes,
maybe
yes. I've told in the previous talk.
Yes.
Other questions? I'm checking online. There do not seem to be.
Should one apply theming to Yarrow theming to all the platform or only to the desktop ones? And what I should do if I'm targeting both GNOME and maybe KDE that use different color schemes?
All right, so you can. There is a method already inside which connects the Flutter application to, for example, the GNOME desktop. So if you change the application, the GNOME application theme, it automatically changes inside the Flutter app. But the same thing could be done, for example, for the Qt desktop or the KDE desktop. Sorry, so it's totally possible, but it's not currently implemented. But for the GNOME desktop, it works quite well.
And I can partially answer this one as well. The KDE theme settings also write out GTK theme settings. So there's a fair chance that it all, I mean, it takes a couple of steps to get to where it's going, but it probably works.
Nice.
Other questions from the room? Or online? You get 100% from the online group.
Whatever
but no
that
questions.
Means.
It means a yay!
Yeah, all right. Great.
All right, let's wrap this one up then. Thank you.
Thank you too.
And we've got a couple of minutes before the last talk of the conference. All right, we're about to embark on the last full talk of this conference, this LAS 2022. And our last talk is an online one. We'll be hearing from Jim Hall through the magic of the internet. So I hope we'll put him on screen in just a minute, and then we can get going. It's one more talk, and then we have the closing ceremony. After the closing ceremony, we'll have group photo. So I'm going to tell you now, and I'll tell you later again. Group photo is going to be out in the park. Follow the photographer. And if you're not wearing an LAS t-shirt yet, you should be. Buy one from Caroline out front. Okay, Jim is behind me. Hey, Jim. All right, let's go. Thanks for joining us. Usability testing in open source software from Jim Hall. Let's hear it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for attending the talk on usability testing in open source software. Just to introduce myself, so I'm Jim Hall, and I've been in open source software since about 1993. But more recently in usability of open source software. It started when I was at the University of Minnesota and I was getting my master's degree, and really got excited about usability testing. And I wanted to combine my background in open source software with what I was now learning about usability testing. And there wasn't a lot, and still aren't a lot of people doing studies of usability testing in open source software. And so it's something I've been very excited to do. And in fact, after getting my master's, I actually worked with the Outreachy and with GNOME as part of their internship program to mentor some interns doing usability testing on GNOME. In fact, today I'll be going over a little bit some of the results as sort of a demonstration of what results actually look like. You can see on screen my email addresses if you'd like to reach out to me there. I also have a copy of these slides up on the system if you want to download them on your own. So starting with the question, what is usability? So when we think about what is usability, a lot of people kind of have variety of definitions about what is usability. And it gets conflated with user experience, which is certainly very related to that. But if I'm going to try and create just a brief definition of what is usability, it's really about three things. It's about real people doing real tasks in a reasonable amount of time. So if you've got people that actually are real people who can use your software to get real work done, and they can figure it out and use it and complete their tasks in a reasonable amount of time, it's probably got good usability. There are experiences, by the way, you can actually have a program that has good usability but a bad user experience. And you can also have things that have a good user experience but bad usability. Those are edge cases. In most cases, if you've got good usability, you probably have a good user experience. User experience is more about what's the emotional attachment to the software. You know, what as they leave the software, as they stop using the software, how excited are they to use it again? But usability is really back to that real people doing real tasks in a reasonable amount of time. And so then you might ask, well, how do I get good usability, right? How do I know if my program has good usability? And it really comes down to doing usability testing. So when do you do usability testing, right? That's always the first question. When should I be doing usability testing? The best time to do usability testing is before you've released it or while you're working on, or before you do development or while you're doing the development. Don't stick it at the end as part of your other testing, your system testing or whatever else. Do it way up front. Because if you have any changes that you need to make to the interface or to workflow or things like that, it's a lot easier to make those changes when you haven't done a lot of work on the system yet. So at the beginning, you might do a usability test on what's called a paper prototype, where you literally would print out some sheets of paper with a mock-up of what the interface might look like. It doesn't need to be what I would call a high fidelity mock-up. It doesn't actually need to look like pixel perfect as to what it's going to look like. In some cases, people have actually done paper prototype testing with things that have been just drawn out with some, pen on paper just by hand. It doesn't actually have to be something you put into a drawing program to the GIMP or Ink Master or something, and try and create a really high fidelity mock-up of what it's going to look like. Just something that represents what the interface is going to look like. That's really what you need, and that's called a paper prototype test, when you're actually giving somebody some sheets of paper and saying, so here's what the interface is going to look like, and I'm going to ask you to do some things. And what would you click? What would, just like tap on here to indicate what you would click to, try and complete this task. We actually did this kind of testing with GNOME during one of our cycles in Outreachy, where we're working on a new version of settings. The GNOME design team, we're working on a new version of the settings app. And so our intern did a paper prototype test with people and asked those testers, here's something that you might need to do. What would you click on? Just tap on the thing that you would click on, the first thing that you would try to click on. And so then that was sort of an experiment of, how close could they get, right? How many people actually were guessing it correctly based on its name or description or something else? But also it's interesting to, when you do this paper prototype test, the very, very beginning, it's interesting to see how people are going to use your application. But regardless of how you are doing this paper prototype test or what information you're getting back, basically you're going to do it more than once. So you're going to create a design of some kind. You can, like in this case, a paper mock-up. You print it out on paper. You do your usability test. And then based on what people are doing with that paper prototype, you might go back and modify a little bit, right? Okay, well, they were trying to click on some weird part of the screen that I don't have any controls over there, and they were looking over there for something. All right, so I'm going to modify the interface so that way I can put some buttons over there that they look for. And then you're going to do another usability test. And then you go back and do another update. And in my experience, after 2 or 3 of these iterations, where you create a design, do a usability test, and do a tweak, after 2 or 3 iterations, in my experience, you generally have an interface that works pretty well for most people. And the other time you might do a usability test is during the development, right? So while you're developing the application, you're going to want to do a usability test while you actually have something working. It might not be a bug-free version, but it's at least a version that's working. And so it's the same concept, right? You're testing the actual design. And interestingly, the process is the same. So you're going to create that design, the working prototype here, the working model, and you're going to do a usability test on it. And you go back and say, okay, based on what I learned from the usability test, what are some things that I could change to make this easier to use? Then you go back and do another usability test. And then based on those results, you go back and do maybe another tweak. And then you can probably go from there. Because again, my experience is after 2 or 3 of those iterations, you probably have figured out what are the major issues that people are having. And you can make it really easy for most people to use. And so the question is, okay, so who can do usability testing? Do I need to get a lab? No, you don't need to get a lab. A lot of people think you need to have a usability lab, some expensive place to be. You don't actually have to do that. And so, well, actually, that's like sort of like, you don't actually have to go and like outsource to a lab or something. You can do it on your own. But you are not the person who can evaluate your system to determine if it's usable. So when I say in here, who can do usability testing, not you, it means that you can't go in and determine, on your own by clicking around, is this easy for other people to use? That's because you've been developing it, right? You know all the ins and outs of the application. You know exactly how to use it, what the edge cases are. You know what all the menus are, if you've got keyboard shortcuts, you know exactly what they do. So you are not a good person to actually go in and like sort of figure some stuff out and click around, just by clicking around, say, oh yeah, I think this is something that most people can use. And so if you aren't the person who can actually just on your own figure out if it's got good usability, then who is that? Well, that's going to be somebody else. So you need to have somebody else who's going to be your tester for usability testing. You're still going to be what's called the moderator. You'll be the one actually giving them these tasks. I'm going to talk about that in a second. But you need somebody else who's a representative of your users. Somebody who's a real person, they're doing real tasks, and you're going to see if they can do it in a reasonable amount of time. And so this means, if you're creating an application that is, let's say, an IDE for a developer, well, you want to get some other developer to do testing for you. You don't want to just get some general user. So you want to make sure you match the tester to the audience, the people who are going to be using that application. And so how do you do usability testing? Well, that's really what we're going to talk about here, right? So there's really 5 steps to doing usability testing. You first need to create what are called personas. Some people will skip this, and you can get away with it if you skip it, but it makes it so much easier if you create personas. I'm going to go through what each one of these means in just a second. So create those personas. It's basically a description of who is using the system. And then define the use scenarios. Again, a lot of people try to skip the use scenarios piece, and you could probably get through it if you don't do use scenarios. But again, it's going to be so much easier to do everything else if you are doing the personas and the use scenarios. And then you're going to define what are called scenario tasks. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then you're going to do your test, because the scenario tasks are actually what you're going to use in your test. And then once you've done your test, you can do an analysis, which I'll tell you how to do that as well. And then from there, you can kind of figure out what are the rough spots, right? What's working out really well and what things maybe need to change. But the key is really that you're going to watch somebody else use your system. And it's not even just one person. We'll actually talk about that. It's more than just one person, but how many people do you need? Spoiler alert, you only need 5 to do testing for usability. So you don't need a lab. You can do it on your own. and I'm going to tell you how to do it. So first, are personas. So you need to understand who is using your system. And I find that it's best to just document this, right? Just write a paragraph, a good paragraph. Describe people who are using your system. It's going to be a fictional user, certainly, but you need to make it feel real. If other people who are working on this project with you would read the persona and they would say, yeah, I totally know people. I totally know people that you described in that persona. I can totally imagine people like exactly like that using my system. Then you know you've created a good persona. I would also include a photo. It doesn't have to be a photo of like a real person like at a conference or something. You can go online and find different sources for publicly accessible, like Creative Commons 0 photographs. You'll see in this presentation, I use a lot of stuff from Pexels.com. They're Creative Commons 0, but include a photo of somebody, because that makes it feel more real. People will project and say that, oh, yeah, that's a real person because there's a photo with it. It really is amazing what happens to people when they're reading a persona that has a photo versus one that doesn't have a photo. Because if it has a photo, then people will sort of view that as more real because there's a person attached to it. But another reason you want to create these personas is not just to understand your users. That understanding the users is very, very important. But it's also a discussion point. So as you're making change, as you're talking about what changes you would want to make on the software, it allows you to talk about changes that you would make that are going to benefit certain people. You're no longer talking about, I want to make this change because I think this is a cool thing to do, right? I mean, you're probably going to have that conversation anyway, but you're not going to have conversations that are sort of, I've described as more emotional, where you're saying, I want to make this change because I think it's a cool thing to do. You're saying, I want to make this change because this is going to benefit people like Sarah, the persona Sarah. This is going to benefit people like Steve. This is going to benefit people like Manjari, right? It's going to benefit specific people. And by having these personas, you can actually describe people who use your system. And you need to represent all users on your system, right? In order to be able to have that conversation, you'd be able to represent all the users on the system. And maybe you've got a pretty narrow, audience for who's going to use that system. It might be just developers, in which case that's a pretty easy set to define, although there's a lot of different use cases for that. So maybe it would be a little bit more difficult, but that's a more targeted audience base. Or it might be just people who are creatives. People are going to be creating, videos, or people who are going to be creating digital art, right? Depending on the application. So maybe you've got a more narrowly defined audience, or you might be creating something like GNOME, which is a more general use application, right? Everybody needs to be able to use the desktop or they're not going to get anywhere. In which case I would recommend saying, okay, well, let's maybe take a grid approach. And that's what I've got on the right-hand side. Is you might have a grid that says, all right, I've got experience on the left-hand side going up, and I've got age on the right. So whatever age range you want to come up with, there's your age range. And then as long as you can sort of, through all of your usability testing, make it a check mark in at least one of those boxes, across all of your testing, probably make a checkbox in all of those boxes, then you're probably covering your user base pretty well. But you should certainly have a persona that it would fit into each one of those boxes. So for example, someone who is college aged and has a lot of experience, or someone who's college aged with not a lot of experience, or someone who's college aged who just wants to use a computer and they don't want anything to get in the way. So you want to use that experience and age box that I've got up there, if you've got a more general audience, to kind of guide what personas you would need to create. And so my recommendation for something like more general audience like GNOME, or a web browser, or an email client would be, you would want to define 9 different personas, one that would fit in each one of those boxes. And so that's why you do personas. But what's a persona look like? So a persona might look like this, right? So this is a persona that I had written up as an example for a different conference. And so Todd. And so Todd, age 16, him, is a high school student who's getting interested in open source software. And at a school's computer club, a friend showed him Fedora running GNOME on one of the lab PCs. And Todd is learning about computers and still getting started with GNOME and the apps. And that you've got a photo on the right-hand side, and this describes a real person. I don't know specifically, Todd. This is certainly a public domain photograph, so I don't even know the person that the photo was taken of. But if you use GNOME or any desktop, I think you would agree that there is somebody out there that this Todd persona describes. You got other ones too. So Stevie, age 24, pronouns they, them, is a marketer for a mid-sized company. And they've used Windows until recently, but they would have had to buy a new computer to run Windows 11. And so one of the web developers at the company suggested Stevie try Linux and GNOME. And after running the live image, they made the switch. So Stevie is experienced with computers, but new to GNOME. And I definitely know people that are just like Stevie. That describes a lot of people that I've met and worked with. I'm not going to read all these examples, but I will read one more. Maria, age 33, pronouns she, her, is a web developer for an online retailer. And Maria has run Linux since she was an undergraduate computer science student, and she was a GNOME 2 user, but switched to KDE after GNOME 3. After reading articles about GNOME 40, Maria would like to try GNOME again, and she's very familiar with Linux distributions, but is relearning GNOME. And so again, you're seeing a name attached to every one of these personas. You're seeing a photograph attached to each one, and you're describing a person in real terms, right? This isn't some, it's a fictional thing. Definitely it's a fictional thing. But I know people like Maria. And I'm hoping that as you were reading these, that you'd say, I know somebody like Maria as well, right? You probably know somebody just like Dan. You probably know somebody just like Jessica. These slides, by the way, are already uploaded in the system. So you can download these slides if you want to view the text on your own later on. But these are examples of personas that you would want to create that describe a real person. They're fictional, but they're describing somebody in real terms that you could actually believe this is somebody that is using the software. And it, again, allows you to have discussions and say, well, we could make a change that would benefit people like Jessica, or it's going to benefit people like Maria, rather than saying, I want to make this change because I think this is kind of a cool thing to do. And so once you've defined your personas, the next step is to take those personas and describe use scenarios. I would recommend at least one use scenario per persona, but you certainly could create more than one. So what's a use scenario? A use scenario is just describing how they use the system, right? You're describing a little story, right? The who, what, where, and why of why they're using the software. And if time is important, you would put when in there as well. It's a brief story, right? Why are they using the system? What are they trying to do? Where are they? Why did they even start the application, right? So what's the story behind this person in this photo? You could create a variety of different use scenarios based on this photograph. It could be somebody who's working from home, and she has booted up her laptop in her apartment, and she's trying to do remote work, at the office from home. Or this person could just be opening up her laptop on a Sunday afternoon, and they want to check news, go on social media, do whatever they want to do. This could just be sort of a casual use. Or this person also has headphones on. So this person could be turning on their computer so they can watch a video online, or they could listen to an audiobook, or maybe they just want to do a little coding while listening to some music on a personal project, right? So it could be any kind of those use scenarios. You could define a use scenario that would sound like any one of those. And I think that you would agree that those use scenarios I just described, I think feel very real, right? Why is that person using that software? What is that person trying to do? So you'd want to describe, what is that person trying to do? Well, here I'm describing probably, the GNOME desktop, but if you're talking about, let's say an IDE, then you probably want to say, okay, what kind of project are they working on? How many files are they working with? what's their deadline, what programming language, right? Things like that. You're describing the use, the scenario of use of how they're going to use the system. So why are they doing it? So it's a brief little story. Again, it's fictional, and you'd want to attach it to one of those personas. So that way we're feeling how real this is, an extension of that persona. It's fictional, but it needs to feel real. And so by the time you're done with that, when other people who are using the system or other people who are helping to develop the system would want to read that use scenario and say, yep, that sounds like people who are using the software. And once you've done that, you can go on to create what are called scenario tasks. Sometimes these are called just tasks. And this is the heart of your usability test. When you wonder about what does my usability test look like, this is it. Your usability task is a series of these scenario tasks. So your usability test is just a bunch of these scenario tasks put together. And a scenario task by itself, you can create, once you understand your users, right? You've defined your users with personas, you understanding what they're doing through these use scenarios. And that allows you to come back and say, okay, based on what I know about that person and how they're using it, this is a specific task that they're going to do as part of that use scenario. And a good scenario task, I will also say this, by the way, scenario tasks seem to be the hardest thing for most people to do the first time they're doing usability testing. So if this part takes you a little bit of time, that's okay. But a scenario task, it needs to set a brief context and then ask the tester to do something specific. And that sounds like an easy thing to do, right? It's a brief context and then ask them to do something specific. It's probably 2 sentences, but the challenge is that you can't give them any accidental hints. When you're describing the scenario task, you don't want to reuse terminology that's used in the program. So the exact menu item, you don't want to say, go and find the page with a button labeled this, right? That's not a good scenario task. That's not something that a real person would do, right? Remember, we're going back to real people doing real tasks. And so they're not going to approach a task as I'm going to look for a button labeled specifically this. But if the action that they're trying to do is to print something to a printer, then you're probably going to say, print this to a printer. Right? That would be the action you ask them to do that's very specific. And then the context you put up before that could be whatever you need to do to make it happen. You could say, well, you're ready to print this document, so you can bring it to a meeting, and so print this to the printer. And so that's a very short scenario task. And you need to make it real, right? You're not going to make it something that's going to be very esoteric. It's going to be very theoretical. It needs to be very concrete. It needs to feel like something that real people would do. And so what does a scenario task look like? So I've kind of described kind of what a scenario task is, but a scenario task actually looks like, here's an example. For a text editor. And these are actual scenario tasks that I used or my interns used when we did usability testing for Outreachy. And so for a text editor, this originally was the usability scenario task we used for gedit. You want to finish writing a draft of a blog post that you're using on a project. And you start the text editor, and that's been done for you because we're not testing if you can launch the application. We're testing the application. So you start the text editor, that's been done for you. Please open the file blogpostdraft.txt from the documents folder. And so we've described the context. A brief context is that you want to finish writing a draft of a blog post you're working on, and you started the text editor. That's the context. And then you're asking them to do something specific. Please open this specific file from this directory. And which, by the way, means when you do your usability test, you need to have that file on that in that directory somewhere. And so this is something that, because it's specific, we know that you should know it while you're observing somebody use the software. Did they actually do that, right? It should be very obvious. Yep, they brought up the blog post draft.txt file in the documents folder. And I think your tester would agree as well, right? So your tester is has been given this scenario task, one task at a time. I'll talk about when we do testing next, but they'll get this scenario task one task at a time. And they're going to do that one task. And then when they're done, they're going to turn to you and say, okay, I've done this one, right? So I've opened the file from the documents folder. And in your notes, because you're taking notes, yep, you'd say, yep, they were able to do it. Or another one might be that some of the names in this document are incorrect. Replace every occurrence of Applejack with Fluttershy and all instances of Rainbow Dash with Twilight Sparkle. I wrote this scenario task when My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic was very popular on television. So this, again, is setting up a brief context. Some of these names are incorrect in the document. That's the context. And then the thing you're asking to do that's very specific is replace every occurrence of Applejack with Fluttershy and every occurrence of Rainbow Dash with Twilight Sparkle. And for a very brief document, that would be like, let's say, a paragraph long, you're going to see testers do a variety of different things. You might see one tester that's going to go through and just sort of scan the one paragraph that's in that document and say, okay, well, as I see Applejack, I'm replace it with Fluttershy. As I see Rainbow Dash, I'm replace it with Twilight Sparkle. Or you're going to see other people going to do a find replace. And so what are you trying to test in this? Are you trying to test their ability to find, or somebody's going to probably do like Control F. Somebody else might do Control F to try and find a specific instance and just replace them that way. And so what are you trying to test? Are you trying to test the find replace feature? You're trying to test the Control F? What are you trying to test? In this case, we're trying to test if people could do find replace text. And so we needed to have a test document that was quite long. And so scale your test data appropriately. And so I had grabbed an article that I had written on my blog about leadership lessons from unusual places, and it had a number of instances where Fluttershy and Twilight Sparkle were meeting for the very first time. If you remember that show, and I intentionally replaced the names with Applejack and Rainbow Dash, but the names occurred a lot, and it was not a short document. It was pretty long, and so this, if you wanted to try and scan through the document and try and find each name on your own, go for it. That would tell us one thing. Maybe some people prefer to do that. If people want to do Control F to do just highlight the instances and again change them on their own, that'd be fine too. But most testers just went for find replace because they're like, that's going to be the easiest to do. And so that's a scenario task. Another one might be this one. So it's again for when we did the testing for GNOME Calendar, a client has asked to meet with you at their office next week. So add an event called Meeting with Client to the calendar for next week on Thursday at 10 a.m. So we're setting up a brief context and ask them to do something specific. I think that you would agree when you're observing somebody using the calendar, they've created a Meeting with Client event and at the correct day and time. Or your boss just reminded you about an important conference you need to attend August 15 to 18, and you've already planned a trip around that time. So we want to check if you're free to attend the conference. Please check your calendar, because in this application, we had put events on the calendar already. Check your calendar to see when you have your vacation and if you're able to attend the conference. So again, we're setting up that brief context about your boss has reminded you about this conference and what the dates are, and you want to check if you're free. That's the context. And then the specific thing you've asked them to do is to check the calendar and see when their vacation is. And testers are able to go in and see that the vacation was scheduled for the week after the conference. So they're able to say, oh, yep, looks like I'm free, 15 to 18. And so that's an example of scenario tasks. So again, the slide deck is uploaded to the system, so you can download these. This is another examples up here for if you're doing a file manager or if you're doing a web browser. But the key here is you're trying to not reuse terminology that's used on the application. So for example, for a web browser, there was a menu item at this time called font, and for change font size. And when we wrote the scenario task, we'd be very careful not to use the term font. You don't have your glasses with you, so it's hard to read the text on the website, so make the text bigger on the website. You're not reusing the term font. So let's talk about doing the test. So doing the test, how many people do you need to be in your test? And the answer is 5, right? So there's some math behind this, but basically, if there's some experimental evidence that kind of suggests that one tester can find about 31% of the usability issues on any product. One tester can find about 31% of the issues. And there's going to be some overlap. And so how many testers do you need to make this a really successful test? About 5, because that gets you above 80% of the usability issues found, which if you're doing this sort of iterative, you're doing a usability test and you're making a change, doing a usability test, making another change, right? 5 testers at a time is good enough. So you don't need a lot. And if you want proof, right, here's visualization of what that looks like. So you can do this experiment on your own. I've got a gray square here that represents 100%. And the red square on here represents 31% of that gray square. It really does. And the source code for this is also in the slide deck. And if I do some random placement of different numbers of red squares, one red square, I'm covering up any 31% of the gray. For 2, I've covered up, each square is covering up 31%, but there's some overlap, right? The 2 testers will find the same issues, but they're also going to find each one's going to find some different issues. Same for 3, right? Each one of these is a random run. So same for 3 testers. You're going to have, each tester is going to find the same issues that the other testers found, but they're also going to find some issues on their own. 4 and then 5 testers. And you covered a lot of the gray square with 5 testers. If you try to say, well, more is better, right? Oh, well, more is better. And certainly if you want to publish academically, you want to have more, but you don't want to publish academically. You want to just find the issues on the system. Look at that. 10 doesn't have much more of the area covered than 5. And yet that's twice the effort. 15 doesn't have a lot more of the space covered than 10. 20 doesn't have a lot more covered than 15. So, think about basically the return on investment, right? You're putting in some time, and then how fast are you gonna get results? This is the source code I mentioned, by the way. You can find that in the slide deck. And then you're gonna do your test. And as I mentioned, doing the test is just feeding your tester these scenario tasks one at a time. And then you're going to observe them, right? You're going to do the test, and you're going to take notes while they're doing the test. So encourage them to do what's called the speak aloud protocol. So as they're doing the test, you want to make sure that you're encouraging them to speak aloud. If they're looking for a button that says print, they should be saying, "I'm looking for a button that says print," right? Because you can't know what's going on inside their head. So if they're speaking out loud, they can tell you, "I'm looking for, I'm looking for a button called test, or a button called print." And so that allows you to follow along what's going on inside their head. When you've done the test, these 5 testers, then you need to do an analysis. And this is the really cool part. And so what you're going to do is, what I find useful is to create what's called a heat map. It's a heat map grid. There's different ways you could describe this, but I happen to call it a heat map because the colors are sort of representing different levels of, I would say, heat. So what you're doing here is representing just an abbreviation of each scenario task on each row, right? So for the Photos app, in this case, this was Renata's usability test. The first one was creating an album in GNOME Photos. And then doing a favorite of a photo, and then deleting a photo and editing a photo, right? So you're describing just a brief summary of each one of those was. And then each column represents a separate tester. And so in this case, Renata did, looks like I'm gonna say 12 testers, I think. And so each tester gets a column. Now, you only need to do 5, but in this case, we did more than 5. And then you're going to color code each one of those cells. So where each tester and scenario task meet, you're going to put a color that indicates how easy or how hard that task was for somebody to do. If they didn't have any problems at all, if it was really easy for them to do, put in green, right? A nice cool color, nice, you're going to put in green. If they had some problems, trying to do the scenario task, they clicked around a little bit, but it wasn't too hard. They're gonna do, you're gonna do yellow. If it was harder than that, they're gonna do orange. If it was much harder, they're gonna do red. And if they couldn't do it at all, they're gonna do black. And that allows you to look across and try and find hot rows. Right, so you can see here, what are the scenario tasks that were the most difficult for users to do? Well, if I were the person working on these applications, this is what we came back for recommendations. If I were the person working on the app, I would say I would focus most on creating an album and adding a new calendar in the calendar app. I wouldn't worry too much about setting a photo as a background image. I mean, that maybe could be second level priority. But I probably, if I wanted a third one, I'd probably be looking at adding an online account in the calendar. Another one that we had is this one for Nautilus, the file manager. Very difficult at that time during Gina's test for people to save a file location, a folder location, a bookmark, basically. And so that was something that needed a lot of attention at that time. It's gotten better since. In events, right, adding a note to a document that contained a check mark, or saving a title's location. Right, basically bookmarking inside a PDF. And so by looking at these colors, you can see what the hot rows are and where people struggled the most. And that allows you to go back with your notes that you took during the usability test to kind of understand, okay, not just they had a lot of difficulty with this one, but where were they trying to look? And you might even ask them at the end of the test, I saw that you were having difficulty with this one, trying to find, let's say, the print button. Where were you looking? What would have made that easier? And with that kind of feedback, together with this heat map, you can understand where you need to make improvements and what improvements you need to make. And by the way, even though, again, even Gina's test we did, looks like another, maybe I'm going to say 12 people, any 5 of these testers would have been enough to understand the usability of these applications. So really only need 5. You're going to make iterative changes to an application. Anyway, that's sort of my brief introduction to usability testing in open source software. It's really easy to do. And so I'll take what time I have left here to answer questions, but I'm going to leave you with this quote that, make your program's purpose and structure clear. You don't want to make, use your creativity, create, beautiful obstacles to learning. So that's the brief introduction to usability, and from there I'll take any questions we have in the remaining time.
All right, thank you. Let's applaud first. That was a great talk, thanks. I'm going to use holding the mic privilege to ask a question from online, where Pro Bono is asking, do you know any good software to do usability test over the internet using a webcam and screen sharing? Basically the setup we've got right now.
Yes, and in fact, that's how a lot of testing is actually done in industry right now, is doing it through what's called a remote usability test. Any kind of video meeting platform that allows the other person on the other end to share their desktop will do the job, because it allows you to watch where they're moving, and you can probably even see where they're moving their mouse. If I move my mouse on this here, you can see the little red dot seeing where I'm moving my mouse. And so if I were doing a usability test, you could see me move the mouse all around the screen and what menus I was clicking on and whatnot. So really any kind of video meeting software will do, whether that's a Big Blue Button or Zoom or Jitsi or Blue Jeans or whatever you want to use, as long as you can see their desktop, that'll do the job.
All right, thank you. Other questions from here in the room? Yes, there's a question here in the room.
It's a fast question. When someone speaks aloud, doesn't that interfere with what he's doing?
My experience has been no. It feels a little awkward for that person the first task they do, maybe the first 2 tasks they do, and after that it sort of becomes not quite natural, but it's something that doesn't seem to interfere with what they're doing. It's sort of like stream of consciousness. If I'm thinking about it, then I'm going to talk about it. because I did the first 2 tasks that way. And so you might, for example, give them 2 scenario tasks that you don't really care about that much. You know, like the like maybe opening a file, if you think that's a pretty obvious thing for them to do. And that way they're getting some experience, some exercise in speaking out loud and saying, okay, and that allows you to also say, okay, you're not speaking out loud, right? You click on something, but what can you tell me what you're clicking on, what you're looking for? And then, oh, okay, yeah, I'm looking for a menu item that lets me open something. So I'm just going to click on this menu here. And that allows them to kind of, with that first 1 or 2 scenario tasks, to kind of get adjusted to speaking out loud. But no, my experience has been, it doesn't interfere with them actually doing the test itself.
All right, thanks. We got one final question from online from the Matrix chat, who's from El Baxum, who says, nice talk. Have you also needed to do accessibility testing?
So accessibility testing is different. The process is very similar, but it is a different sort of a thing. So what we're talking about for accessibility, for those who don't know, usability is about real people doing real tasks in a reasonable amount of time. Accessibility is how you're allowing everybody to use the software regardless of their level of access. So it could be something like somebody has difficulty using their right hand, and maybe they have tremor, and so difficulty in clicking on menu items, or it could be that they're colorblind. In fact, a lot of people are colorblind, and so are they able to interpret what's happening on the screen, or are you relying purely on color? And so it's a different sort of a test that you're doing there, but the approach is very similar in how you're going to design the test in terms of who's using it and what things you need them to do. But the actual test itself will be a little different there, because you're focusing specifically on can you see the software. For example, Firefox has a developer plugin that allows you to test on a website and see if and emulate these different kinds of color blindness. And so if you want to test if your website is something that someone who's colorblind is able to use, you can test for different types of color blindness. And it, by the way, is very interesting how many websites out there assume you have full color range. And as soon as you are not able to see color, you're only able to see black and white, the website becomes extremely, monumentally hard to use. Of course, my father-in-law is also legally blind, and so there's visual issues as well. And so on a website, do you have the right atria hints and things like that? But the short version is how you design the test is the same, but how you execute the test will be a little bit different.
All right, thank you. Real tasks for real people, and real people need accessibility. I think that's the really short version. Thanks a lot, Jim. That was a great talk. You've brought our conference to a close, to a conclusion. I hope the conference was accessible and usable. We'll give you another round of applause for good answers.
Thank you.
And we hope one day to see you in person at another LAX. Okay, thanks. That brings us to the closing session, so maybe we can switch Jim off, darn. Okay, closing session. That means that I'd like to invite the hosts up here. I would like to have Aleix, and I would like to have Neal, and I believe we also want to have Dr. Britt up here. So should I do something silly with you? As part of, I mean, we can sort alphabetically. We can sort by height. We can sort by ponytail length. How are you, Neal? Yeah, are we good? Okay.
That's hairism.
Yeah, that is hairism. I'm sorry, Aleix. Anyway, I'm going to give the mic to Neal to say some nice things about the end of the conference, and then there will be some closing administrative stuff that I say, and then we're done.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Hopefully you had a really good in-person conference. And thanks to everyone at home who's joined in as well. This has been an interesting hybrid conference. I think it's worked quite well, actually. So it's been really good to see people who can't physically make it being able to also join in. couple of comments from everyone. I think we've had a really successful conference. I'd like to thank all of our lovely sponsors who've made this possible. So a huge thanks to Ubuntu, OpenSUSE, Ambition, CodeThink, Fedora, TechPark, Tuxedo Computers, and Slimbook. So a huge thank you to all of those. And also, for those that don't know, we've had some wonderful coffee and pastries and things during the break, and that was very kindly sponsored by CodeThink as well. So a huge thank you to them as well. So just in conclusion, I think it's been a fantastic Linux App Summit. We've seen some real enthusiasm for growing the app ecosystem. And every year that we do this, we're seeing more and more people come along, especially people who we haven't seen before and haven't been traditionally involved with open source app development and developing for Linux desktops. So it's really good to see that that continues, and hopefully we'll continue to do so, and we'll continue to have a really thriving ecosystem. So I'll hand over to Aleix now for a couple of words, and then hand over.
Well, thanks, Neal, and well, yeah, thanks everyone for coming. While organizing the conference, I sometimes wondered, are people really gonna go again to a conference? I am so glad that you proved this to be the right choice and to meet again. Feeling community around us, I think that it's a great thing and something that I've missed. Being able to have conversations again in person, I think that it makes all the difference. We did the conference remotely other years, and while it worked great, I think you will agree that it's not the same. So thanks a lot for coming. Thanks a lot for caring about the Linux apps, and thanks for coming next year as well, I hope.
Thanks, Aleix. Thanks, Neal. Logistical stuff. We're going to have a group photo of everyone who's here. We're going to bunch up in the park out back so that the photographer can catch us all in the act of attending a conference. So we'll all head out shortly. The other thing is, if you need a t-shirt, if you want to support the conference, you can still get a t-shirt at the information desk. Caroline would be happy to sell you one. And third, you're good? Britt is going to say 2 words. Party cake.
Party cake. Thank you all for being so flexible with the remote attendance. Technical difficulties aside, I think everything went particularly well. This is great. Thank you to our audiovisual experts that came all the way up here to help us. I think they did a tremendous job with streaming and any number of things. Yeah. So as I think I know most people in this room. I'm Britt from now newly Canonical as of recent events. As you've been told multiple times, Canonical is going to be having a little party out here on the terrace. We'll have beer, we'll have wine, drinks, food, non-alcoholic drinks too. Whatever suits your fancy out here. It'll be in just a little over an hour. I don't know what time it is. Starts at 7, come at 7. I hope to see everyone here there, as well as anyone else that would like to be there as well. So thank you very much. Yes, and of course, CodeThink is having a DJ party immediately following. It's going to be a great time. So pregame with us and then finish the night with them. So great. Thank you, everyone. It's glad to see you here. Have a great evening.
2 words. All right, that really wraps it up. Let's head on out. Get that. Sorry? One more 2 words.
Who's helped organize this? All of our volunteers and all our wonderful people, please come on stage, and we want a huge round of applause for you. Come up, please. These are the people who've put the work in to make sure this conference happens. It wouldn't have happened without them. Okay, now it's photo time.